Good afternoon, one and all. Hopefully, we're more alive than I am, and it's a good way to start the week, knowing that someone else is more dead than you all are. Yeah, apologies, guys. We didn't have a stream up on Friday. I've been in kind of recovery. You can probably still hear my voice a little bit. We'll probably be a little bit more chill today for that reason. I'm going to try not to raise my voice too much because I would like for my voice to continue to get better, not for it to just get worse. So we'll see how it goes anyway. But yeah, so we have got a fun way of starting the week because we weren't live on Friday, and that's going to be our third place matchup. We actually have got Lucifron versus B in the best of 5. After which we'll be able to check in on this week's schedule. You know, we've got series like Lash versus Jiff we're having a look at. We should have Lucifron versus Footman, Sass versus Gully, and then I think we have got some quarterfinals already lining up as well. So we'll keep it rolling. Keep it easy. But yeah, dude, I've been waking up each day, and most days I've just been feeling worse. It's not been a fun time to be me. My throat today is somewhat audible, but yesterday, day before that, like it was horrible. Like I could barely speak. And then there's also just like the way the cold has impacted me. It's been horrible. I was like completely wrapped up in blankets, feeling terrible. One of the worst fluish type things I've had. I don't know what it was exactly, but it's still pretty bad. Like I don't know. Yesterday had its own nightmarish elements of like when I would breathe, it would hurt, which is always absolutely healthy. Stop licking things. Look, I mean, this wouldn't be a problem. Nah, I'm not gonna make. Nah, there's no need for a mum joke. It's too easy. Admittedly, like your mum. We'll stay away. Yeah, so we'll open up with the Lucifron series. Let me actually get that up now. And then we should hop into Jiff versus Lash after. What do you mean, boo? What, you want me to make the mum jokes? Wait, who's in gold? What is going on? Oh, I see. Well, if that guy's in Gold League, does that mean that R0302 is in Bronze League? Or Silver League, maybe? Get some Vicks Vapor Rub and rub them all over your soles of your feet before bed, and then wear socks to sleep will help. We've been doing something like that with Ezra, because Ezra hasn't been feeling well either. So, like, he's been having Vicks rubbed in his sleeping bag before he gets put to bed. But, I don't know. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. It's just, even now, like, if I breathe too heavily, it hurts my chest. So, you know, yay. I can only hope that that is gone before the DLC next week. Otherwise, this will be a disastrous launch for me. An onion at the end of your bed. Dude, the idea is to get better, not to attract a horse to live in your house. Although, like, I mean, I guess with the price of horses these days, it's not a bad idea. Problem is, I just don't think they have the resale value. I think most people don't actually want a horse anymore. Like, I'm sorry, horse specialists who love their horses, but most people probably look at them like, this is a pain in the ass and cost me way too much. You got that music loud today? Is it loud? It's not really that loud. It's Sonic, dude. Like, you're just getting Sonic music. Oh, God. Like, talk about fussy about it. Why can't you just enjoy it? Soak in the Sonic music, all right? Don't be a lame-o about it. God. All right. Anyway, let's see. Draft-wise, Lucifron getting Chinese is... Oof. Man, I feel like drafts right now just kind of suck. We've reached that point now where, like, Lancaster just has to be banned, and that leaves China to one player. And I don't think Byzantines is as good as having China. But to make matters worse, like, B just done a funky draft again. He loves doing this, and, I mean, I respect him for trying to be different, but, like, Mali as a first pick and giving China and Byzantines to your opponent is kind of crazy, to be honest with you. Good old Roy Boss T. Should we get into it? Oh. Dude, my ears. I feel like I'm barely here either. Everything's wrong. Is this a Gamba game? No. This is the third place matchup. I'd be concerned if they hadn't played it until now. But let's get into it. All right, let's hop straight into this one. We've got B versus Lucifron, and like honestly, the state of drafting is just abysmal. You know, we're just talking about this. The fact that Lancaster has to be banned and one side gets China is just problematic. But B creates his own problems for himself as well. He prioritized the Malians in the draft, and I just realized the game isn't even showing, which is a great way to start a video. All right. All right, so we were just talking about the fact that right now, drafts are pretty busted. You can see here, like, the Chinese pick goes to one player because Lancaster has to be split, and it just creates these weird dynamics afterwards. I mean, B is an oddity in himself. First prior picking into Malians and leaving Byzantines on the table for Lucifron was kind of crazy here. Especially because the map pool is, I'd say, fairly generous to Byzantines. But we opened the series of HRE to try and contest the Chinese. I wonder if B was expecting China to begin with, or maybe he was expecting Lucifron to throw something else out first. I mean, Lucifron, he had the Rus that's been seen here before. The Delhi is a natural fit. Even the Byzantines, I wouldn't go for that one. That one's a bit of a stretch. But like things like English could also come out on this map. So I guess B just wanted to kind of put something mid of the pack strength-wise out there as a contester. He does at least have fun ways of playing HRE, mind you, as this is one of the players that is a big believer in going for the mine work still. I just don't know if it would really do anything here. Man, I'm a negative Nelly today, but honestly, mine work against China isn't really as impactful as you'd like. They just kind of shrug it off out of sheer economical power to then just overwhelm you with oodles and boodles of units. It's a really big problem right now. Like, China is in, I'd say, far too good of a place. Something needs to change. And I feel like a broken record going over it, but we'll have to see. Maybe with the DLC. I hope so, man. I've been saying that I don't think that they'll update the civs, and I'm really praying that I'm wrong. Because, like, from a balancing logic, it makes sense for you to not tweak civs too much because you just want to gauge the new civs first. But at the same time, I think there are some big problems on the horizon if we don't get certain adjustments to China and Lancaster in particular. You think Lancaster beats China? In terms of value in a draft right now, yes. Because although China might be more robust of a pick, i.e. there's more maps and civ matchups you can put them in, and they'll feel good. The problem you have is that Lancaster, the matchups and the maps where they are good, they are ridiculous. So a perfect example of this is we have Cliffside. Cliffside is just a default win for high-level players on Lancaster. Like, if you're a top 10 player and you're playing Cliffside with House of Lancaster, you are, I want to say, like 98% favored. And I'm not devaluing the skill of the other player. I'm not overvaluing the value of the pick. It is that strong right now. So we are getting that different build, by the way. B went for mine work, even though we were a little bit skeptical about the impact he's going to be able to have here. For Lucifron, 2 on the gold, plus the Imperial Academy, generating into the taxmen. I mean, this could be a Pro Scouts macro. Like, it's not a bad spawn for either. He's got the retracted deer behind his base, and then he's got a lot of options on the ford. B, by going for the mine work, should in theory have a way of stopping him, but I have a feeling B might go for a semi-fast castle build, just trying to get into the knights. It's difficult to do, but with the barded armor, in a way, you do have an advantage over Chinese knights. The issue, though, is usually the count. Oh, you mean direct matchup between House of Lancaster and China? We don't, like, I mean, it's hard to actually gauge that one because there's literally next to no statistics in competitive on that, considering that one of those two civs will almost always be banned. My feeling is that, like, Lancaster, once again, though, depends on the map, will just beat China. So, for example, that Cliffside, if we win on Cliffside with China and Lancaster, you know, I'm betting the house on Lancaster. Because the timing just favors them way too much. If you think about it, Lancaster is a pseudo-aggressive build with this ramp up into Lords. Whereas China really get an edge when they start locking in on the gathering rates off of the... So Pro Scouts does delay them a little bit. It's not that they can't play without Pro Scouts, but when against some of the most bullyish civs in the game, that's where the slight weakness that you may be able to think about shows. China's ass on the ladders. Just want to hit Conk 1 this season and they keep slapping me. What, you mean they're too good on the ladder? Dude, like, the way you just said it made it sound like they're really bad. Nothing beats Chinese feudal, in my opinion. Yeah, but have you actually encountered a good House of Lancaster player playing in feudal? Because that's the thing. Like, when you add 20% more health, you start off with a unit that's way too tanky. I mean, you'd be quite surprised what a lord can do. And wait, B, he's doing that weird build again, man. Okay, so I've been curious about this one. I'm trying to think. I feel like B has had very mixed success with this one so far. This is the Minework Pro Scouts build. It mathematically doesn't make much sense. It's a bit weird because, you know, for Pro Scouts to be good, you want the buff gathering rate for HRE due to the delays elsewhere. So going for Archon gives you that. You're able to buff, you know, 20 deer gatherers if you can actually get that much deer home. Whereas this one, I guess, like, it's kind of resource denial in his mind. B's like, okay, it's not as much about, like, how well I'll do deer. It's about how well I can stop Luciferon from doing deer. So he has the mine work. He already got the all pikes. So it's going to be opening with horsemen to contest the enemy scouts. And he is going to have to add in the archery range, which is understandable here. Like, you know, Luciferon scouting this out, his first instinct will always be spears. Now, the tricky part is if this starts to circulate around archers the most on both sides, you know, Luciferon can have an edge there in terms of just the sheer extra resource you get compared to the lack of reliable, consistent buffing out the HRE. I mean, you can achieve that constant prelate buff, but it's going to cost you on the work account, as you can already see here for B. Thoughts on the new Age of Empires 5? You know, I think it needs some work, really. Like, you know, I was kind of vibing with the medieval age changes and also, like, the way it plays into the Imperial Age. World War I was kind of working because, you know, I think it would actually translate quite well for most English gamers as they already basically do trench warfare when they build all those walls. But the part that probably went a little bit too off the rails for Age of Empires was the men in space having access to astro bears. Now, I'm absolutely fine with astronauts fighting each other with giant laser packs equipped on the back of them. But I kind of draw the line at attack astro bears. I don't feel like bears have the logical sense of gravity to operate those booster jets, or thruster jets rather, in the vacuum of space. But that's just my take. I also don't understand how they're able to bite people when they're meant to be wearing a giant helmet. So, yeah. They just kind of lost me a lot with that. But the soundtrack for Space is popping. I gotta give it to them. Getting Avicii's final tracks that he made in his life and then releasing them in Age of Empires 5 was a pretty smart move. Alright, so we have got archers massing now for Luciferon as anticipated. And this is where I always get concerned, because, like, China now has an edge there. They have 20% more wood. You aren't consistently maintaining your buff over here, are you? Which means you're not at 35%. And also, keep in mind, they're getting 20% more wood. They're not gathering 20% quicker. So they just have more resources to work with. Even the Bloomery. Very smart call by Luciferon, considering he's up against all pikes on the enemy horsemen, which has buffed their damage. Yeah, so Lucy's gone for a comp that requires a lot more micro. The 1-1-1 compared to the Horseman Archer just comp from B. What it means is Luciferon needs to be very careful about where he stations his archers and spits. But if he gets the right positioning, it means there's no easy way for B to ever dive onto said archers. So it kind of puts B in a weird position where he might be forced to just use his horsemen defensively. That does actually favor them still. They've got more damage than Luciferon's ponies. Problem is, Luciferon's economy is just looking better. Double the food income, despite the fact that they have the exact same number of food workers currently. China's kind of crazy. And no, Tang does not generate villages quicker for the Chinese. It's because B is building prelates to buff his economy. Every time he builds a prelate, that's one less villager. B very idle, actually. A little bit unusual here. Maybe he doesn't realize or feel that Lucifer's stacking. I think that's always been another big problem with China that I've noticed in recent times is it completely throws off your game sense when someone should be able to aid them. Like, you see an army this big, you're like, ah, yeah, he's contesting here. And then all of a sudden you hear the tech up noise go off and you're confused. Like, we literally have God vision, and we've casted games before where we're just sitting here talking for a little bit, like 10 seconds, and then we see a tech up begin. We're like, wait, what? He literally had all his resources in the feudal age a second ago. Am I playing PvP? These players are playing PvP. We host tournaments, and we commentate over the action. So B and Lucifron, 2 top 16 players in the scene. Lucifron, well, a top 3, really. Lucy definitely looking like it in this fight. The archers, they're just not getting the spinman kills quick enough. He might be able to actually scrape through this at the tail end. Actually, the horsemen, they're lasting longer than expected. Okay. Yeah, but for good reason. Lucifron, he held a wave of spearmen in reserve. They're now coming. So he sent in a limited number of spears to bait out the archers to kill them off. And now he'll come in with the second wave to try and clear the field. Damn, that was risky, but damn dirty. Well played by Lucifron. He had to reinvest the resources he was holding in reserve slightly. But these spearmen coming in clutch now, making a phenomenal trade as B gets reduced down to just a handful of horsemen. Now looking for a men-at-arms switch at the worst possible time, as Lucifron now sees this as an opportunity to escape into the castle age. That's kind of crazy. And it just shows you the Chinese potency, right? Like, the amount of resources he's floating after that type of fight. Destroyed value is neck and neck, but, like, nothing about this game seems neck and neck, really, does it? Army value is pretty much even. Yet, somehow, Lucifron is going into the castle age, while B isn't even halfway to what he needs. And keep in mind, like, if you look at the reserves, Lucifron already has the same amount of reserves. China just built different, man. The taxation, the supervision. They truly are the economy powerhouse. And keep in mind, this is with B having still tried to maintain his eco buff, but going for a build that was meant to play counter to Lucifron's advantage, which was Pro Scouts and then Blob and Army. He's meant to have an edge on both because he was playing into these superior horsemen. He had access to blacksmith techs a lot cheaper and faster than China. And at the same time, he'd still be gathering from the deer. Admittedly, with slightly less workers, but still. I'm just going to run into the spears here. He can't even hang around for a raid onto the villages. Bad news is coming his way. It's already been sniffed out. Lance is already on the way. And B, he went into men-at-arms, not into spears. He doesn't actually have a counter solution to these guys. Yeah, and you know how this works now. We've seen it plenty of times in the past. Pro Scouts equal a never-ending slew of knights. 30, 40, 50. We've seen it all. China really knows no limits with these type of builds. And what is up, Uniam? I appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, always get those subs in. It does support the channel. And medicine ain't cheap, and I definitely need plenty of it for my throat. I think B is just hoping he's got enough time to age up now. Problem is, if it's Regnitz, you don't get any contribution. If it's Burgrave, you could deploy a lot of spears quite quickly. The problem is he doesn't have the food. You can see he's out of deer, basically. He's on berries. I don't see any farms. I don't see any way. Like, B is, if he can afford Castle Age, going to have no food to do anything in Castle with it. Lucy. Now marching to the base. Spearman archers haven't been upgraded. It's just going to be a Lancer Boogaloo to beat B out. And there you have it, folks. Add it to the never-ending list. It's like looking for a pop song in 2008. They're everywhere. A Chinese win. Whoa. Yeah, this Civ's pretty good. And that means Lucifron will take an early lead. Reminder, he ended up here after losing 3-2 to Numenor. He starts off this series against B looking clean. Oh, B's like, they're all almost dead. We can do this. Okay, we just need to keep in mind that, like, when they're dead, there's probably another wave coming. But at least these ones are dead. He's gone. It's really worth going castle for B at this point, if you have no money for upgrades. Not really, but, like, he has no other option at that stage. He has no control on the map. Massing spears doesn't work if your opponent already shoot archers before. It's way too risky. Like, he has no solution. He was planning to try and go men-at-arms to then control the field on a longer feudal, and he misread. So, game number 1 will be going to Lucifron. Need more civs like China. Get out. You know what you done. All right, so game 2, we're going to have Delhi versus Mali on Sacred Grove. How was my weekend? Did I catch any King the Rockies? My weekend was pretty much just dying, and thus I did not catch any of the King of the Rockies. I pretty much just laid in bed, most of it, shivering. Yay. So yeah, not the funnest time. Got really cold in the UK. I mean, it's just like I'm really not feeling well. What a wimp. Farm man. I hope you're going to Londinium so I can spit in your face. Anyway. With that, let's get ready to go. Alright, this guy is obsessed with the Malians. It's literally his first pick. He allowed Chinese and Byzantines to his opponent to have this pick. So it better deliver something special. It's B on the Malians. If you guys know anything about this guy, you know he likes to get creative and out of the box. And this has been one of his wacky but effective civs as of late. Map here is going to be Sacred Grove for game number 2. A bit of an interesting one, actually. Sacred Grove has historically been a good map for Pro Scouts, but Malians don't typically go Pro Scouts much anymore. On the other side, Lucifron has gone for the Delhi, a civ that does get Pro Scouts for free gradually. And what's up, Mats? I appreciate the diamonds, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah, so the thought I have here then is, like, if Lucifron's gradually going to go into Pro Scouts, does that then put urgency on B to get Pro Scouts himself? Because otherwise, just kind of giving your opponent an advantage while getting not much in return. Because it's not like Delhi are going to have to pay anything. They'll have to pay to buy the scouts, but the tech will just come in gradually over time. Who's the best Malian player? Not sure on that one, actually. I do know that, like I said, B has been valuing them incredibly highly. There's a few players that actually see them as a desirable second pick. And why is Farm Man making out like I make a lot of money? Dude, Farm Man, you don't even give me a sub, so check me out on that one. I wish they were real diamonds. They kind of need to be. I think I mapped it out the other day. Like, I'm probably making, from content creation, enough to possibly afford a half of my bills per month. That's not very sustainable. Oops. Yeah, Farm Man doesn't sub. He's a cheapskate. Like, how can you have a name like Farm Man when, like, everyone knows that people who own farms these days are rich? Like, either that or you're not really a farm man and it's all been false advertising BS this entire time. In which case, how can we ever trust you? First Stormgate and now this? I mean, I can't. Dome of Faith coming in. I can't. Like, can we please build something else? It's never going to stop, is it? I don't know, man. I don't feel like this landmark is ever going to not be viable. Not unless they do something drastically different with the research system. Like, they've tried in the past. They nerfed it, and there was times where Tower Victory seemed better, but even in those moments, I think deep down we knew where we wanted to be. It's just too many good technologies as you get into the later phase of the game. I think maybe if you, like, crippled the crap out of elephants, then all of a sudden you might see people think twice about Dome of Faith. But currently, with elephants being viable, it's far too desirable to pass up on. Okay, so B, Mansa's coming in. Gold Gen, he did set up most of the houses on the pit mine straight up. So it's possible we could be getting towards a Pro Scouts timing. I wouldn't be surprised to just see a Warrior Scout opening just to poke and prod. But it might be he just wants to go straight into Donzos and Javelins because he is up against Delhi, a Civ that normally wants to fight. Whereas going for your Warrior Scouts is much better for Malians when you're trying to block someone from doing something greedy like the Pro Scouts. Or just to poke at, you know, a gold rush to Rush Castle. I did gift diamonds anyway. Oh, diamond gifting is for TikTok. You can gift subs on Twitch or bits. YouTube, I think, has... Is it cheers as well? I can't remember what they call them. There's a bunch of other ways as well. Which of the new upcoming civs are you most excited about, and which civ would you pick to put in the game if you could create one? Ooh, that's a cool question. So obviously, you know, I would choose the Nation of Bears. I really just want a bear that rides a horse into battle. Like, I would actually give top dollar for that. I'd pay $50 for that civ. Right? You know, Kislev disappointed me in Warhammer because I thought they'd at least try it. Like, create more bear units. They kind of got there. I think it's what's missing. I can't believe the closest I've got to itching that scratch is a mod in European Universes 4 that adds in the Bear Nation. It's outrageous. But of the upcoming new civs, the one that I'm probably most excited about, it might be the Sengoku Dynasty. The Sengoku Dynasty looks like a good vibe. The alternative, I don't know, I thought that the Golden Horde would be more exciting to me. Because it looks like it's meant to be drastically different from the Mongols, but I don't know, like, I'm not feeling it now. Something's changed. But of civs that exist historically on Earth, which we know that the Great Bear Nation of 1500 years before Christ did exist, but, you know, if you guys want to be on the more realistic timeline, I would say if I could choose a civ to add to the game, one that I think would be pretty epic for the game in general, probably Spain. I think Spain is a natural, logical choice. You could also create like you could create an underlying system around like witch hunting and the conquistadors. Like create some sort of economical, like assisting element. Every once in a while, burn a house. And in return, you know, you get like prosperity or something that buffs the gathering rate of nearby villages. Like almost like creating some kind of wacky element of like the Imperial Guards commissars where when they shoot a member, the others fight harder. But yeah, then you have like conquistadors. You could probably do something like conquistadors having an ability to like turf up resources out of locations on the map or something. There's loads of cool things you can do. But, you know, the reason why Spain needs to be in is from a sales standpoint. You have a huge Spanish audience, both in Spain itself and in South America, that would go crazy, I think, for a Spanish Civ. So just adding it makes a lot of sense. It gets you a lot of new people buying the Civ, a lot of happy people who already play the game, and it has a huge foothold to then leap into with the Conquistas and, of course, the Reconquista. You've got the colonization of South America. There's a lot of extra civs that you can get in through those type of arcs. Yeah, outside that, Poland's also a good shout. But I think Poland has less, like, rippling effects to offer up. The Italians was actually an interesting thought I had a while ago. Like, basically having the Italian states and have it function a little bit like what they done with Knights Templar, where you could essentially summon different Italian states to be part of your combined nation. Okay, so Lucifron, he's gone to mass spears. Looks like B has been forced in the archers, which he wants to do eventually anyway. So we really got both players leaning into their best unit types. You know, you got Spearman plus the Ghazi for Lucifron. Lucifron's main best there is Ghazi, of course. And for B, his optimal comp is always going to be Sofa plus archers, which forces this response. Really, at this point, it's a micro battle. And that's difficult, even for a player like B against someone like Lucifron. You know, Lucifron has proven himself week after week, tournament after tournament, to be a micro master. It's usually one of the biggest highlights you get about the Spanish bros, the piece that puts them apart, makes them shine brighter than the rest. Not many players are able to keep up with that. Most notably, it's always been Marine Lord. And then occasionally other players able to rise to the level, but consistently, if you were to ask the top level players to rank the best micros in the game, they would put Marine Lord, Vortex, and Lucifron. It's like a tale as old as time itself. We already have Magic Shinobi for Japan. We definitely can have Magic Witches for another Civ. I was going more like it's a mechanic of them witch hunting, but witches don't exist. Well, but that can, like, you know, the belief that witches exist can still have, like, an underlying effect on your economy in some way. So, you know, when you burn a house and people think that you've just killed a witch, they're much happier and then they work harder. The Italian's like a merger of Katie and ABBA. That could be intriguing. I was thinking you'd definitely have to, like, recruit the different states. Like, whether you get all of them or if you'd have a fixed number and the impact that would have. I think I'd change it so it'd be like you recruit city-states to your combined nation. And as you recruit and reach certain thresholds, you'd unlock the next stage. So maybe, it depends on whether you have enough ideas for city-states. If you have enough ideas, what you do there is you make it so that, like, every two city-states, you tech up. So then you price them at, like, you know, 300, 300, then 900, 900, and then 1800, 1800. But it depends on whether you really feel like you've got enough unique twists of Italian states and what they do. It could be that some of them just give very flimsy elements, but they have to be combined together, so it's almost like you're piecemealing it. And that would create kind of an interesting staggered effect to aging, where, like, you're not... It's almost like you're age 1.5, age 2. We won last week's finals. That, my friend, would be Vortex, able to 4-0 Numidan. Was not close in the end, despite the fact Numidan beat Lucifron 3-2, which is why Lucifron's here in the third place. Well, this matchup has kind of been a whole ball of nothing so far, hasn't it? Like, as in they've been building a ball of something, but not really being able to hurl it anywhere. Looks like B is ready to start posturing aggressively, though, and we've seen what these Sofa can do. They are ridiculously effective. Yeah, and hence why he continues to scale them so. B now stepping up. Just trying to slow things down because Lucifron is on the Pro Scouts play. We mentioned this as like a blocker problem for B. It's like Lucifron can't be allowed to get these goods home. Scholar denial as well. Sacred sites have been decapped, but one is coming in. Second one now being captured. Much better than doing Italians like 82. Yeah, it'd be like doing Germany, right? Like, from a historical standpoint, like, those countries are so young, it doesn't make any sense. Ghazi. Oh, hold on a sec. The archers. Oh, no, B. He got too close. This is disastrous. He got way too close to the base. And didn't leave him enough room to run away here. So the Sofas have to commit. The Spearmen more enough to take this down. B's army gets reduced to rubble. A horrific fight there, and just well read and timed by Lucifron. edging around this tree line, gap closing quickly with the Spearman and Ghazi, giving no space or room for B to start a step micro with the archers to get the kills necessary. It's a great read by him, and it shows you the dangers of scaling archers into mass Spearman as the numbers go up. You know, like as you get up to 25, 30, all of a sudden this idea that like archers can't Spearman, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but the problem is you don't count them fast enough. I think that's what B suffered from. The position on the map definitely not favoring either. You got that initial block, but then got punished perfectly on the retreat. Now, I mean, what do we really have? You got 6 cow, only 5 of them in pens. Lucifron setting up farms. This game is pretty cushy here. You got a worker kill early on. Still got the pro scouts coming in, which gives him a great gathering rate. He's even playing out into berries in the corners now, which is another great gathering rate for the deli specifically. We know what he does in these situations normally, though. Someone's probably thinking, oh, well, B's just going to go Castle Age now, right? Just build up 20 cows and tech away. Not really. When we watch B play in these situations, he takes a very different approach, actually. The funny part about the way B likes to play from this position is he will typically start just pounding out additional sofa. He does the double down, and then we've seen him do a triple down. And it has cost him in the past. In fact, it cost him in that series against Vortex. Yeah, I feel like right now B is just going through this litmus test, this stress test of how much you can do with Sofa and what you can get away with. I am happy to see, though, that he's not overcommitting this time. No, instead it's going to be a raid round the back. And Fulani is now on the way. Lucifron reinvested. He was expecting B to send it again. Wow. I mean, that's kind of crazy. And Lucifron is maybe a little bit suspicious, but doesn't have the full play read yet. We'll at least have Ghazi in position. B. He's going to start scaring away. He has to react as if he's not aging. So Lucifron gets hesitant. Yeah, but Lucifron hasn't been idle, folks. He's been saving up for the age up himself. He's almost ready to pull it. So, annoying for him that he has to run away. Not the end of the world, though, considering his own age up should only be about a minute maximum behind. It's important because the timings that Delhi can achieve here. Remember, they can have scholars in position for every single relic when they reach age 3. Meaning it's possible to get a 5 relic game within maximum 2 minutes upon arrival in castle. Someone worker will go down here, but Lucifron at least able to scare away these raiders. The Ghazi raiders, however, are finding some impact. They took out the pit mine, they forced them out of time. It has come at a price for them. But this is keeping B off the map. It's keeping him at home. He's not looking at what you're doing. He's not stopping what you're doing next. That's the goal. So for haven't got important armors on the way, by the way. Which feels like a bit of an oversight. I think that's probably your #1 priority here. Definitely higher than I'd say ranged damage 2. You need these bulky units that can go in. Maybe it just feels like it's not worth it because there's already so many spears. He'll get it eventually, but it's not the priority level you normally expect. I guess the other issue is it's very pricey on the gold, and like right now, he essentially needs to start getting more gold into cow to get more cow into the branches. So far. Okay, those Ghazi were ambitious. I guess they were just trying to buy time for the Spearman to arrive. Also meant that Lucifron didn't need to stop gathering on the food, but that actually may come back to bite him a little here. The textiles isn't going to stop him from losing workers. So there's going to be 2 workers going down until... Good idle forced. At 1 sofa, that was 6B. He microed away the army with just 1 sofa. Gave him the space to do that, and now gives him the space to try for some kills. Lucy does have the spinman on the way, though. So we'll show respect. Man, what a teeter-totter, actually. The map control is completely switched. Before, it was just Luciferon's game to win. Now, it feels like it's B's game to dominate. For the moment, at least, he's got a stranglehold, but Luciferon has got the worst enemy of this comp coming in. It's going to be the War Elephants. 2 of them have already been spawned into existence. Wait, what's a double down from KFC? Do I even want to know what this is? I don't really do KFC. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. So, is the burger bun made of just like bread batter, or is it actually made of like chicken? Oh, so it is it's the crispy chicken replacing the buns. It doesn't look very, I'll say that much. So like, okay, so like what I'll say about this, like looking at it, it instantly made me think of the clickers from Last of Us, which is not what food should do. No. Poison archers would be pretty good against elephants. You'd think they're okay, but war elephants just have a way of not caring about anything. They are psychopaths. Like war elephants are the literal psychopaths of Age of Empires. Okay, so Luciferon just taking the chill pill now. He's not hemorrhaging any more workers so far. Got 2 relics home already. He backed up entirely, which was a little bit unusual. He's switching Donzos. Yeah, okay, so he saw the War Elephants, freaked out, and now it's just a full switch. But that gives breathing room. That gives tempo over to Luciferon, who looks like he's getting ready to rush Imperial Age. What is going on with this macro? Huh? What awaits you in Imperial Age? With 9 scholars. I think it's just a miss macro. He just needs to eat more gold. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. We've got 29 now on the gold. Sofas are looming, but it'll be difficult to get in. War elephant count soon to go up to 7. Oh my god, what are they putting in these elephants' food? They're eager to make families, I'll give them that. And at the same time, make orphans of the Africans here. It's just this type of army, one misstep and it just gets erased. Donzos aren't going to feel that great against this many war elephants either. Starts to torch down Dome of Faith. Elephant's getting good hits in already. I don't like this at all. No crossbows against elephants feels really bad. Yep, welcome to the Malian life. Like, this is another reason on the list of why Delhi can beat the crap out of Mali. Normally, it's been historically in the feudal age just because Ghazi is so good at bullying the map. But once you get to this stage, it doesn't get any easier. You know, like, some matchups are really cool on the asymmetrical balancing because they go back and forth. Like, oh, yeah, in Age 2, it's favored this side. In Age 3, it's favored that side. In Age 4, it's even. In this matchup, I feel like your only hope is maybe Age 4 into mass gunners, and that's difficult. Everything else is just thumbs up for Delhi every day of the week. Oh my god, the War Elephants. What is Sofa doing? B just goes to the hard commitment. He's finally killed one of these War Elephants, but the crazy part has been half of them haven't really been participating. No, he's holding extras in reserve here. Archer's just trying to get the snipe down, but the poison just doesn't really kill quick enough, it feels like. The best thing you can do is like spread the poison out to each elephant, moving on to the next after you've started on one. These elephants are just getting started. The only upside he has right now is they do not have Mahoots because for some crazy reason, Lucifron stacked Mahoots as the last tech to get out of the House of Learning. Otherwise, the chase down would have been real. So Lucifron, I think, lost like, what, 4 Royal Elephants? But the destroyed value tells the full tale. B had to lose so many Sofa just to kill that. Well, it looks like a surprising victory for Elephants, guys. I know. It's shocking to me too. We never really could have expected Elephant dominance here. 2 cows. Yeah, he's been ejecting them. This is something that B and Anatan have occasionally done in the past. Strategically, it's pretty cool for a timing attack, but it just leaves you with nothing. You know, really, I mean, it fits the role of timing attack, truly, as a timing attack should be what I just described there. But compared to just gradually scaling and always having that insurance policy of infinite food, I'm not really sure this is often worth it. I mean, against Delhi, I get what he's kind of going for. But I do wonder if it would have been better for B to just wait and overwhelming on numbers. I mean, we're talking about a Civ that doesn't farm that well. Lucifron's eco looks bad. Sure, because like he doesn't have many farms, as we just highlighted. The thing is, though, if you take fights like he did, it doesn't matter because your Royal Elephants aren't dying. And if your Royal Elephants aren't dying, you're not losing economy. That's the whole point of this unit. That's the silliness of high HP units. Villages. A little bit of raid coming in, but we'll be protected. So B is back up to 20 Sofa, which is actually impressive considering he only has 2 cows. None of them, by the way, are garrison. Like, he ejected this one. It didn't even get to the TC. Kind of says everything it needs to. We have got, what, 1 relic remaining? Yeah, I don't know if Lucifron will be able to pick that one up. But 2 relics, 266 rather, plus 4 relics is more than good enough. See on the generation, it's kind of crazy. Getting 570 gold passively permanent. The name of this game is good old-fashioned Age of Empires 4. The best modern RTS on the market. And that is admittedly because all the other RTSs that are modern seem to die. Modern as in made in recent years. What is up, Pope DS? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you and welcome back to the school. What's Lucifron waiting for? Ah, he's just going to go for castle drops. Yeah, he just got the stone drop off, so he's just going to scale economy then. I don't know if he saw the state of B's farms, or rather his ranches, and was like, okay, I don't have to worry or something. Or maybe just felt as a necessity, so he'll set up with the farm here. Probably got a castle drop coming in. Yep, there you go on the tree line. Locks in the 8k gold, which allows plenty more elephants. And hello, G-West. Hope you're doing well, mate. I mean, you can't be doing rougher than B in this one. I mean, it's weird, right? Because he has the same army count. You'd think he's okay here. It's just the difficulty of dealing with elephants. You know, maybe on the Malians, I mean, it's one of the hardest civs to actually counteract war elephants with. Sprinklers against what? Spears that are now coming in. So, presumably he believes his Sofa count is high enough that it's threatening. And he would be right. They are kind of effective against archers as well. Despite the fact that Springles only get bonus damage against melee infantry, their base damage is high enough that it's worth it. So remember, you do 28 damage to a melee infantry, but 16 damage to any unit. Now that's interesting because archers have 80 HP, while a spearman, for example, will be up 110 right now, or a men-at-arms will be up 155. So the idea is that because range units have less HP, Springles still, from a percentage of health removed per shot, perform similar. So far. No! Guys, please. My throat is dying. I don't need you to make me laugh like that. Let's maybe not cram all of the horses into one space, right? Like, this right here, this is that fat kid that, like, takes 5 Big Macs and squishes them all really tight so you can get them in his mouth at once. Okay? And what you just done in that choke point is decided to be the 5 Big Macs being squished really tight. Yeah, for B, the advantage here is mobility. But when he keeps going around this tree line, you don't have that. Right in the back. We've got what? Yeah, we already have it in. Village Fortress is already complete, so 2 TC effect for Lucifron. He can afford losses now. Marching towards the farms, he baits the army out of position. Lucifron to respond. 4 elephants, they're going to get good hit in. He does at least realize before losing additionals. Squirrels are now starting to move up. Workers aren't moving away. They're going to get sniped. B. These elephants are just not reasonable. They never have been. How do they even still exist like this, man? 850 HP. That right there is the eat the whole steak and you get the meal for free challenge that nobody ever is able to complete. And the Scholar Pool will make sure that's going to be the case. This is like they just keep adding extras on your plate. Like, oh, here's some more peppercorn sauce. Oh, here's some more potatoes. Like, I just want to eat the goddamn steak. You won't be able to, though. Lucifron gets the perfect fight. And once these guys move, you're just going to see a giant wave. I think they just crapped them out. Absolutely insane unit. Really, it's the splash damage as well. Alongside the fact they don't die, it's the fact they do such high splash damage. In clustered fights, they're hitting 3-4 units. You know, this is like what HRE players wish Land Snakes were. If they were, we'd be talking about how broken HRE is right now. Oh look, they also happen to be a decent siege weapon. Wow. Is there anything these Delhi elephants cannot do? Lose. They can't lose. He's like, alright, well, I've just checked through all the viable Malian strategies and I think we've ticked them all. What do you mean? There must be more units. Nope. When you play Malis, there's archers, there's sofas, there's donzos. That's pretty much it. That's all I got. GG. That's going to be it. Game gets called. Lucifron. As soon as you forgot Elephanto Funtime was a thing, a player comes along and reminds you. Wait, what? My live access just got removed for frauds and scams on TikTok. What? Dude, that's cursed. What? I'm a gaming creator, sir. What? Dude, TikTok is so dented. What the fuck? Give me a sec, guys. I need to ping my contact. This is why you know people for different things. Just told my contact, I'm like, they just suspended me for frauds and scams. I'm commentating. Literally, all I'm doing is commentating over medieval battles in a video game. What the hell? That is so stupid. Dude, I've heard. That's why I don't know. I don't know what I'm suspended for. Like, it literally says, we want people to be able to use our platform to learn about ways to be financially responsible and consider economic transactions or investment opportunities without worrying about scams or financial exploitations. We do not allow attempts to defraud or scam members of our community. I'm like, what? What? Is it because we use words like economy in an age of... Like, I feel like they've almost got some stupid moronic bot checking this stuff. And it's been like, he used the word economy. Ban him. What a dumb system. Oh my god. I'd heard from people that TikTok's live stream rulings were really, really stupid. But I guess we just learned. So stupid. Me banned by a bot because of mentioning prize money? Quite possibly. But even that is stupid. That's beyond stupid. So yeah, I don't know. I pinged my... Like, whatever. I have a contact over at TikTok I've pinged. So we'll see what they say. That is a freaking clown show, though. Anyway, let's get ready to mark up the score. So 2-0. Lucifron now 1 away from winning the series. Unless B can start striking back. We're heading into Gorge next. It is going to be Roos versus Shushi. Stop promoting AoE4 gambling, skin gambling sites. Damn, I wish we had those. That would be nice. I could do with making a little bit of money right now. I keep looking at my bank statements and the account number goes down. I don't think that's a good sign. Yeah, I am kind of in the wishful thinking phase of hopefully DLC releases and we get like 3 times the viewership, and then we can get some sponsors on board. Because I don't know what like did. I think I don't know if it's just everyone got bored at AoE4 while waiting for the DLC, or if it's to do with like the Twitch changes. The numbers have been kind of rough at the moment, I noticed. All right, anyway, let's get ready to go. Oh my god, I'm so happy. It's almost time to stop just seeing this matchup over and over again. Roos versus Shushi in our third place decider. Welcome back to the channel, folks. I feel like we've cast this a lot. Like, a lot. My feedback to the devs, we really should not have to wait this long for big patch changes. These civs have just been the go-to for far too long at this point. I mean, Shushi and Roos kind of obviously fell off a little bit, but they've remained a pretty stalwart pick on maps like Gorge. The advantages are very clear. You get extra scouts on the opening, which allows you to divide the map in a way that's incredibly favorable. Although, props to B, he done a great job this game. He 50-50 coin flipped and came out on the right side of the map, so Lucifron didn't cut him off with his first scout, meaning we're going to have closer to a 50-50 sheep split here. It's a new website where I get lots of sponsors. I'm familiar with that one, Corvinus. But from what I remember with their deals, I don't know, they're very obscure, and I don't think they often pay out that well, really, from what I've seen. At least I mathed the logical numbers that they propose, and it's like... It fell on the lower side. You got 700 euros doing nothing? How? What were you like? What were the odds? Because usually their rates are around like what, $10 for 1,000 views or something. Unless they just poorly track views, is the only thing I can think. Maybe. I mean, we could try it. Depends on what they have though, because like sometimes they just have crud. Like I'm very skeptical about advertising some like G2A to my audience, because I mean I don't buy from them myself, and so like for one I really prefer things that like I believe in. And also the awkward thing, and I've had this in my influencers when I'm looking to like source some deals. We get contacted by a lot of currency or game key selling websites and stuff like that. And I always have to point out that like these sponsors, they don't want to pay much, right? And I have to explain they have to actually, because for my influencers to take deals with them, they would be compromising relationships with the developers and publishers, that some of which actually pay for sponsorship integration. If you're only ever going to be like a Age of Empires creator, that's not a problem, because like I don't think Age of Empires really ever pays creators to play their games. Maybe on launch. But there are some, like for example, I have creators in Diablo, or like, oh, not Diablo, actually, Path of Exile is a good example. Path of Exiles are really cool guys. The GGG guys actually regularly, when new like DLC comes out, they do a mixture of paying existing creators as well as like outside creators to come play the games. No cap. Okay, that's interesting. Ping me the details on what campaign that was, because I'd be curious. I'm trying to think like how many hours you roughly do. Because if it's the same as me, I mean, that's not too bad. If you had to do like double the hours of what I do, that's kind of like a bit rough. Like not terrible rate, I guess, still. One of the big nuisances I do find is like it's literally next to impossible to get sponsors to consider my YouTube audience when I'm like trying to negotiate rates. Because because like, and this is actually YouTube's own fault. YouTube literally has no way of publicly displaying your average viewership on a live stream. Okay, so it looks like we have got some initial scout harassment onto the mining camp just to try and draw attention. Remember, Lucifer will have the scout number advantage to begin with. Eventually, B's will be higher once he supervises enough, but that takes time. So before that comes online, Lucifer is just using this to put B back in his base, which means when Pro Scouts does kick in, there's a possibility that he'll take deer from his enemy's side, not have deer taken from his. Pathfinding making the villagers go around is hilarious. Oh, dude, it happens a lot. They ring a rosies all the time. We are going to get spears. Okay, so spear reaction makes sense. Like we just saw the flood began. This is going to lead to racks on racks, which I kind of see where B's coming from. Like you think just jump Chug, but the problem with jumping straight into Chug, there's a risk that Luciferon could have opened Knights. Then you're up Craps Creek. So he just takes the safer bet. But this is really good for Luciferon because it means that, you know, he could have technically built no unit types and get a reaction, or he's in a situation where he doesn't have a dead weight element like B does. Like B built a production building that can't be used for anything but the scouts now. While Luciferon's scout production building actually has already paid for itself and is now starting to pay him resources. YouTuber people too. I know, right? You know what you need to do? You need to just bring more and more people to the YouTubes. Go tell your friends to watch the videos. Boom. And then when we've got enough YouTube people, the power. That's the thing. Like YouTube deals are like negotiated differently. So I mean, basically transparency for people when it comes to how I monetize my channels. You know, Twitch, when we're at like 300 plus average viewers, then you can start bringing in some reasonable sponsorships. For YouTube, however, because our average viewership on a video might be 1,000 views, that's like a sponsor isn't even going to bother because it's not worth the money required to write up a contract to even do that deal. Because like for those who don't know, you know, for gaming influencer, you're probably looking at between $15 and $25 per 1,000 views on a video. And if you could get a sponsor to be like, hey, we'd like you to have integrations on 20 videos, then actually that's kind of decent money. But that's not how most work. So until you're at like, within Age of Empires 4B Drongo and like DC numbers, it's tricky. Even then, you want to be a lot higher. Spear on Spit. Lucifron is winning the bout. But some of the deer have snuck through. So B, going to be smiling about that as it gives him a slight percentile advantage. Unfortunately for him, Lucifron already went to the uncontested side and stole from him. Mirror Tech Time is there. Mountain Academy in the High Trade House coming through. And B has two different icons for scouts because for some reason Sushi in China has different identifiers for their scouts. It's been this way for a very long time. They're the only ones. Actually, there used to be Mongols. I don't know if Mongols still does it because Mongols used to have the different tag for double. I think they fixed that. Pretty sure they fixed that. So B. We have got the regional inspection coming in, so this is going to ramp up his production rates. He's going straight up Lancers. Lucifron, I wonder, yeah, it's going to be Horse Archers, and then I wouldn't mind seeing him still add in some Spears, actually. Spears are pretty sick here. What might make him hesitant, though, is the fact that if you start building loads of Spears and Horse Archers, then the obvious answer for B is just build Chug. Chug and Nuke counters both of those perfectly. So maybe he just wants to stick to Horse Archers and try to raid his way to an advantage. Because if you look at the resource spawns, there's a lot of exposed berries here in open battlefield areas. The boar is at least somewhat defendable for B. That's something important to keep in mind. First warrior monks here in the field. B, of course, going to be rushing into the monastery. No supervision. I kind of hate how often we never see this. Just going over and supervising for 15 seconds is phenomenal. Remember, it just ramps up the production rate, so you pump these bad boys out every 10 seconds. Which is crazy. But a lot of players skip on it. It's a trade-off, right? Like, if you're doing this, then you're probably getting less Lancers out, and you can either try and get monks out quicker that will die to enemy units, or you can get units out that will kill the enemy units, so your later monks never die. One involves spending more money just to come out at the same timing, and the other allows you to be a bit more costly. First, the relics picked up by B. Lucifron, already camping on the north side one, has got one halfway home. Warrior Monk is going to try to sneak in, and because he's a Warrior Monk, by simple existence of that fact, this will work. He decides against it. Oh, the Horse Archers got baited away. Okay, really good for B then. Yeah, I thought Lucifron had the Horse Archers coming up the rear there. The Lancers are frustrating the matter. Lucifron now steering hard in the spin with the veterancy complete. It's a big good moment for B to consider those Chugnu we talked about. Pro Scouts Hartley's going to get intercepted somewhat. The shenanigans will come to an end. Lucifron, he has got a high trade house generating 121 gold already, not to mention the extra deer each minute. So B will have a food issue gradually. Nice thing about being Shushi, of course, you get 20% more food compared to your opponent if you 50-50 split the deer anyway. What weapon does the Roos Spearman have? Pointy stick. Just a really, really bad pointy stick. They're really stupid at holding their pointy stick. Yeah, it's like a poleaxe. It was meant to be, but like... Basically, they wanted to reskin the spears to the kind of more themic per civ, which I respect. It's just the way these guys hold the poleaxes, it does not look like a spearman at all. For a new player, you would be forgiven for running your knights into a bunch of those. Is that a halberd? I would have classified it personally as more of a poleaxe. It looks a lot more like a poleaxe. Like, I'm actually pretty sure it's a poleaxe. Because a halberd is essentially more like... It's a spear, but with an axe at the end. But like a poleaxe has the counterweight of the thick head on the other side of the axe. It's an axe? It would be a poleaxe if they held it properly, though. Like, come on, look at him. Okay, so in the course of this talk about poleaxes, the numbers have gotten pretty big, and B has failed to adjust. It's still just lances. And they will be able to beat the spearmen 1-to-1. The problem is these horse archers are making it reasonable in the trades. So like, what, Munch is down about 12 spearmen, ends up losing, I want to say 5 knights in total. So actually a decent exchange there for Lucifron. If he keeps trading like that, B is going to run out of food really fast. Because remember, spearmen, 3 of them cost the price of a lancer. Something pretty cool we see in your cast, but not really when playing panoramic mode, is the quality of all movement units and animations. Oh, thank you. Yeah, like, I mean, this has been a big part for me. I just think, I don't know, I guess I'm trying to renaissance the way we observe Age of Empires 4. Because I do think that this is the best way to view the game. It's so crap like that. Like, dude, RTSs look so crap like this. I'm sorry, I'm gonna put it out there. Like, from this view, it's horrible. You know, it's like, you know, when people play Mecha Bell, they're like, oh, you gotta have, like, the top-down view. Or, like, Anno. When we played Anno, people were like, you must have the top-down view. Okay, strategically, sure. But visually, what the f... Get me out. And this comes from someone who respects the importance of an anchored view, like in Dota 2. But, like, Dota 2 does a better job of capturing the viscerality of things from a distance. If you want that in Age of Empires 4, you need to bathe it like this. Okay, so B. Trig numbers are now getting up. So he's fixing the issue with his equation. Problem is, in this time, we've now got 3 sacred sites locked in. Lucifron probably is going to be, yeah, already moving out to the ball. He has no pressure on his side of the map. And now, you see, this is where B is going to be annoyed because the thing he's trying to avoid from happening is now going to happen, which is his army slows down a lot. Yeah, it's just you won't have the mobility to shift around the map anymore. Like, if you send these Lancers to raid, that means the Chig are unguarded. Need Horse Archer POV? That's what we need, the first person on board, so that, like, you can go into a unit's camera position and catch it as it dies. Just give everyone motion sickness. All in the corner from this front. Yeah, this is just also like something like, I don't know, it's a mixed bag in that, like, if you're playing the game, this will be probably a different feel than what you're used to. Agreed, I get that. I also think from a spectating sport perspective, it offers way too much to be neglected. Like, in general, I think a rule of thumb, from all spectating standards, like, you want to be notched in at least twice like that. Preferably a third. I take it 4. I think panoramic kind of spoil us a little. And there are times where you zoom out when it makes sense, but only when it makes sense. B. Now on the approach. We do have a night switch coming through. Now, this was the nightmare for B. Literally. It's exactly why he's moving upfield. If he waits too long, then the Roost Knights ruins the plan here. He's got a lot of repeater bows now. Warrior Monks. are turning into raiders now, apparently. I'd love to see them in the main fight. Warrior Monks are incredible here because of the armor buff they give. They give the +2 damage, +1 armor. That +1 armor is massive against repeater bows. It's actually -3 damage to them. So I've got a full slowdown now. I'm a bit worried for what's next for B. If he doesn't win the next fight, you know, you're talking about farm transitions, and that's very difficult for Sushi to do in equal games. They need to be ahead. Or is OP, but you need to micro them? Yes. With the Warrior Monks, yes. But that's why you get things like the increased duration, and then you just get one strike, they die, and you're like, whatever. He hasn't got Divine Light, though, weirdly enough. Nice. They're fishing for him. His repeater bows, they attack with the speed. A 16-core AMD processor inside a PC specialist case, but even that might not be strong enough. Clearly B skimped on the GPU. Clash comes in, and I love that. He hugs closer. Horse Archers, they get in range to get the Warrior Monk buff. This is the Giga stack up you need. And the Knights, man, they're just lasting so long on the front line. The boys' fortitude, but they're going to have to back away in the end. Lancer count still 11. The Spearman count was getting too low. I respect that. Lucifron, I think he had enough Knights to keep committing to that fight, but the problem is that without Spearman littered in, it would be an inefficient trade. So he pulls back a little bit, sees that there's an overcommitment, and jumps straight back in. B, he's got the numbers in his favor. The Horse Archers are getting sniped down, but now he lacks anything for melee. Yeah, this is where the Knights thrive. They don't die quickly. The Chug do. Lucifron, all he needs to do is just not sacrifice too many of the Horse Archers. It's all about heavy cavalry to win this fight. It's working phenomenally well. B is trying to do his best to snipe down the injured, but you can see the effects of it already. He had a huge military lead brewing towards the end of that skirmish, but now it is Lucifron with numbers in his favor. Quality, quantity, all on his side. He's at least given a little bit of a gift horse here by the literal horses. His Horse Archers just keep trading into him, but this is where it's going to be full retreat. And Lucifron behind this has been accruing a lot of wood, so we should be seeing a bunch of farms added in shortly, while B doesn't have the same agency over wood now to set up the granaries. Might not even have the time. Dive coming in. He will delay that. Hasn't full steered north. I think for Lucifron, he probably expects or predicts that these berries are already gone. He doesn't want to risk an overextension because although he took a good fight, his food is still limited. We just mentioned he can easily farm transition, but he hasn't done that farm transition yet. So there is a risk. It's funny how with the brothers, they always switch between who's best every 6 to 9 months. Yeah, kind of. I think with Puppy Paw WAM, I felt like Puppy Paw for a long time was the better player, but nowadays, definitely. That's kind of like the growth dynamics. You know, one player's better, then the other trains against him, then he learns his weaknesses, overcomes his own weaknesses. And then the roles flip, and all of a sudden you're back in the learner, the mentor versus mentee role, sort of. Not to an extreme of like, hey, you went and got coached by Marine Lord, here's what you learned. But there's always someone who has to be the lead in the dance, sort of thing. Still edging towards the base here. He's trying to catch that moment and B. He has made the right call. It's poor man's farms. He has to. He's from already into his second farm cluster. Third soon to come. He's ahead. I'm surprised B had enough food to get this many lances back together. It might not last long, though. The horse archers, they're doing it again. They're trying to edge away from the tube to bait them in range. This is where the bolt magazines come in big, though. Giving the extra 0.5 tar range means that actually the horse archers are the ones that could end up getting kited. It just doesn't matter. It gets him close enough. Sticks him to the fight in a way that gives the knights the edge. Edge is going to be cleaved straight into the head of these repeater bows. Only 11 left alive. This is it. Lucifron, he done a good job of backing off, but not too much. He hasn't really given B the breathing room to fully recuperate since that big fight in the center. At this point, it doesn't seem like he ever will. Since we've got a little bit of downtime, actually, perfect time to remind people, because it did pop up the chat. We are working with PC specialists. I know that people are probably starting to think about upgrades and purchases with Christmas as well as Black Friday on the way. If you guys haven't yet, be sure to head across to PC Specialist for your PC needs. You may be noticing that this is the most crisp-looking stream in the Age of Empires 4 directory. The most beautiful place to catch your Age of Empires 4 games, and that's all because of a laptop we use that we got from PC Specialists. And if you use code PIGEON40, you get 40 quid off. I was round Emma's father's the other day, and I took the laptop with me, and I was just sitting there with like a casual gamer. It was the Space Marines too. Had that open, I was like, oh man, it looks so gorgeous on these OLED monitors too. We have got a relic heist. How is this game just not over? I mean, in fairness, B, it's the last game, so he's going to try to play it out. He does at least defend the one. The 2 relics down the way home. I don't know, I feel like I just am not reacting to it, because it just feels like B's dead. It's not really the clutch changer in the details, but it's a nice Turin thought for Lucifer. No cherries, no cakes to B, though. He's the diabetic in this situation. GG gets called a 3-0 destruction. Lucifron came ready to dominate. When do we get more DLC news? When the moon is at its highest apex on a crescent evening, where it is at a half culmination of the full circular rendition, that is when the chiefs will utter the words to us that we've been waiting. Oh, you want a serious answer? Dunno. Just have to wait and see. You can bet your ass off, though. The moment there is someone to report, we'll be here reporting it. So make sure you're subscribed on all channels. That goes for everyone on Twitch. That goes for everyone on YouTube. That goes for that one person on Kick. Make sure you're following all the other platforms. So that means Killer Pigeon on Twitch. That means Killer Pigeon on YouTube. Hell, even go for Killer Pigeon on Twitter. And you'll be the first to know when someone drops. All right. You on Kick? Someone I tell my streamers all the time, and it's a really important thing, is if you can, just stream everywhere, because if there's no harm in multi-streaming, it's not gonna damage you. You might as well stream everywhere and see what you can potentially hit. So I said, yeah, sure, what the hell. I don't advertise it or anything. Because these platforms should be capable of growing themselves to a certain extent. The one that I kind of accept needs help from outsourcers is like Twitch, because that's like our primary platform for revenue. But the other platforms, I just sit them there. I'm like, if it takes off, it takes off. And I just tell the same thing to all my creators, because, failing to multi-stream in 2025 is like 8 years ago when people weren't doing YouTube as Twitch streamers. It's like, what is wrong with you? You're killing your own ability to ever grow. All right, guys. So, series done. Let's get ready for the next one. Because I'm just confirming what's coming up. Okay, that's good. We've got Anatan versus Numidan in 2 hours. Kick's playing XQC, paying XQC 100 million? Yep. And the rates they offer to a lot of people to stream that platform are so good that I have creators on my roster that have gone exclusive. Alright, I'm going to quickly just update this bracket. Because I'm going to reveal 1 or 2 of the outcomes. Because I already just said we're going to have Anatan versus Numidan in 2 hours. So we won't get round to those series. I think we do Lash versus Jif next. That should be a fun, close one. So, uno moment. And I'll get the draft up on screen. Oh look, Lancaster bands. Surprise. Never expected it. Why the name White Pigeons? Because when I was younger, I used to do a lot of 1v1 tournament type formats. And when you do a bunch of random 1v1s on ladder play back in like Call of Duty 4 days, there was no such thing as skill-based matchmaking. It just didn't exist. You know, you just had an opponent, you went to face them, whatever. So I started adding in a handicap because I quite often get matchups that just weren't balanced at all. They were really one-sided, and it made it quite boring. So what I'd done is I started making bird noises when I get close to them. So I'd be in game with like, oh, I can't even do it, dude. I'm gonna try and do it because my throat's really screwed. Oh. There you go. See, I can't do it properly today. So I get whenever I was close to them, I make these bird noises and then kill them. And then one time, person afterwards was like, "Oh my god, that was actually insane. That was so scary. It was like being hunted by a killer pigeon." And that's when I went, "Yep, no, that's the name. That's the name now. We're gonna be killer pigeon." Boom. All right, in we go though, folks. It's time for Lash versus Jif, Malians versus English, and oh no. EGC Hill and Dale doesn't get updated. Well, I don't know why it hasn't been pulled down, to be honest with you, actually, now that I think about it. So, this Hill and Dale seems to feature an 8K vein on the high ground, which is... J'ai petit problème. I understand why Jif picked Malians now. Oh. This week is going to be interesting. I'm just typing something right now. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have used this map. Alright, anyway, I mean, Lash picked English, so whatever's. It's even Stevens, right? What's the most balanced FPS RTS MMO, in my opinion?
Now you're my
And yo, what's up, Lock? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, one and all. So, most balanced of each? For FPS, I mean, Counter-Strike is a pretty good argument in general for like the most balanced FPS out there. It's definitely been refined to that point. It's very hard to argue against any other game being more balanced just because it's the legacy of a game that long. It has to be refined to that point, usually anyway. But it's not without its issues. But like map and economy, so my point around like map, so it's like if you think about it in a way, Counter-Strike has a cop-out in that because Counter-Strike is designed to be played on both sides of the map, you actually don't need map design to be that good. Same with Valorant. Like any of these type of games, if you flip spawn people, you technically do not need the design of the map to be that well balanced. Because if people are going to play out both sides, then it balances out. That has certain nuances that are problematic. For example, people can get demoralized when they're like down already in the first half. It can also just make the game unfun. But like, I would say Counter-Strike does a reasonable job of trying to make the X or Y favored nature of maps not just mean it's impossible for one side to get an advantage. And the economy elements have been done pretty well. RTS, probably the most balanced RTS. I mean, I felt like Warcraft 3 was done pretty well. Warcraft 3 over the years was like done pretty well, right? Age of Empires 4's still got some work to do in that department, I think. I'm wondering if the answer might be something obscure like Total Annihilation. Because Total Annihilation had about a decade of community support, evolving, adapting, adding new units, balancing existing units. So like that's an example where like when you have that type of legacy and that type of time without, you know, without much of a gap between iterating, you can get a very balanced kind of sphere in theory. AoE 4 versus AoE 2 imbalance. So like AoE 2 is not perfect either. Both of them have their own balancing issues. But I'd argue that AoE 2 is more balanced than AoE 4 right now. I mean, the nature of China and Lancaster kind of dictates that. But yeah, I reckon like most balanced, you're probably looking like Warcraft. Maybe Warcraft 3 is the best example of that. I love Red Alert 2, but Red Alert 2 could have an argument for it, but because of Yuri's Revenge, it fails. Yuri was a completely unbalanced civ. What's interesting to think about is the best game that came out and at release was balanced. That's when you have a really cool kind of argument. Dawn of War, I think Dawn of War 1 done a pretty good job there. Company of Heroes 1 also seemed to do a pretty good job on its balance. ARM was OP in Total Annihilation. Yeah, but that's, if you not hear what I said, the community support of over a decade of balancing and readjustments. R2 is very balanced. You ignore every unit that isn't dog or tank. Yeah, but like if you play Yuri, then it breaks everything. So that's why, despite the fact that Red Alert 2 is a good RTS, it is a terribly balanced RTS because Yuri's faction was not balanced at all. Yuri's faction was one of the most egregious examples of let's kind of break the game to sell the game. Oh dear. And then what was the final one? MMO? MMO. That's a good one actually. I can't really speak to World of Warcraft because I didn't play it growing up. But I've regularly over the years heard Guild Wars 2 mentioned for PvP. And I've only played a little bit, but I can kind of get the gist, the feeling of it. And understand why people come to that statement. Now, Guild Wars 1 probably wasn't the best for balance, but it was frequently regularly balanced in rotations that at least kept everything fresh instead of leaving like Humans OP for a long time or like Protoss OP for a long time. Guild Wars is actually like probably the GOAT of RTS of MMOs for me, and it doesn't get enough credit to this day. Guild Wars 1 was incredible, but people nitpick it and say it wasn't an MMO, and I'm like, well, I don't care that it wasn't an MMO. Was it fun? Like, it had the heart of the MMO. The only thing is it didn't have the persistent world, and that's what people tried to nitpick. But I grew up in Guild Wars instead of World of Warcraft, and I have no regrets. I never tried New Worlds. And yes, Guild Wars 1 was 100% ahead of its time. But Guild Wars 2, in some ways, dropped the ball because of that. Guild Wars 2's problem is, like, Guild Wars 2, basically, they didn't want to have a repeat of what they had in Guild Wars 1, which was long shifts and a never-ending cycle of balance. So they simplified. And don't get me wrong, Guild Wars 2 is a great game, but it's not Guild Wars 1. Like, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, Guild Wars 1, like, you had so the way it worked is you had a primary class, a secondary class. You allocated your attributes, and you equipped 8 skills. And you could change these details in town. The only thing you couldn't change is your primary class. And there was 8 or 9 classes to begin with. By the time they'd released the expansions, I think there's 14 classes. Maybe 15. And the permutations of that, you know, each class had probably about 60, 70, maybe 80 skills. Then you had some generalist skills, some faction skills. So, you know, we're probably collectively talking about over 1,000 skills. Easily. And you could combo them, right? You had so many different permutations. So many different strategies. You had crazy ones. You had, like, for example, the strategy that revolved around the idea of reducing your hero's HP down to 60. And then using a buff that meant they could only take 10% of their maximum health as damage per damage instance. And then giving them a regen ability that gave them 15 health regen per second. This was like this was an unkillable tank. And it was used for running some of the latest game content. But, like, you know, these were like challenges to balance the devs had to deal with weekly. You just don't get games made like that anymore. The approval process of patch releases, the QA, everything else alongside it is just, in some ways, especially MMO development, it's become slow and lethargic in a very big negative way. So, what's been happening in this game? We've had 2 TC up against a semi-fast castle after the Fulani boom. So Jiff is about to trigger the age up. Last year's 10 ahead. Extra gold has really helped here. This has been kind of crazy. 144 gold instead of the normie over 108. Lash not ready for an age up yet himself. This is maybe going to be a little bit tricky. Jiff, he's already starting to pump into Sofa. A little bit of other time achieved, but shouldn't be anything too consequential. King goes down, which is pricey. Lash also has been prepping Lombos. I'm trying to figure out why he's been prepping Lombos, though. To deal with the Malian archers? I don't know, man. This is a little bit worrisome in my eyes. I think Lash just isn't getting out of the base with this comp. He's playing full hunker down, so I guess the win condition for him is scale, go Imperial Age, stay on your high ground. He's trying to milk the detail of the map. It's like, oh, look, an 8k gold vein on top of the hill. What can we do with this? White Tower TC age up. The fact that there's Sofa and archers coming his way, he should have to White Tower here. If you don't White Tower, you're just going to get swamped. Jiff just biding his time. And the food pump is going to get crazy here. I wouldn't be surprised if he just pulls a bunch of workers onto Deer to afford extra. Get that cup of coffee going. We're going to be here a while. I don't know. Lash has a kind of underwhelming number of spears right now. And he hasn't even started the age up. And look at how close Jiff is getting to the base. He knows. He knows it has to be soon. He's moving in. Ringing the bells. Archers. Jump onto that tree line. And White Tower now being built up, but it only secures the gold. Oh boy. Okay, but no. You go back in that base right now. You get back in that base right now. Young man, you've got a job to do. You get in there and you end his ass before this turns into a 2-hour game. If I have to get up out of this seat, yeah, exactly. Don't you forget it. Okay, so Lash secures gold. He can add farms around here. My concern, though, is now his tree line. If Jiff just camps here, you have no wood. Guys, sometimes you just gotta be a firm parent. He's going straight into siege. By the way, like, explanation on this, like, we found out, apparently, there's 2 EGC maps that do not get updated. You can probably guess one of them. Hillendale and Golden Heights, for some reason. What annoys me is when maps that don't get updated, and it clearly would have needed an update, don't get removed from the mod store. Yeah. Another 8k secure. Relics also on the way. That's 3, soon to be 4 monks now for Jiff. Good lord. I mean, in a way you need it. You're up against almost a 20 worker lead now for your opponent, but the Fulani already pads you for that. I believe, has he scouted all relics? Yeah. Well, semi kind of this one. Might be that he doesn't see it. Hillendale was better when it had a large gold in your base. No, it wasn't. You're a terrible human being. I can say that with confidence. I don't have to pretend. You don't have a sub icon next to your name right now. Okay, so Lash is mashing archers here. Would it not make more sense to mass... Would Springalds work better? Nah, it really wouldn't. I was trying to think how, like, you get more spim in here instead of Lombos. Because Jiff's army is pretty deadly, actually. If he just marches in, I think he just rolls over you. The only thing that he wouldn't be able to do is dive the White Tower. But the primary TC, oh boy. The siege begins. Archers can act as siege if you have enough Lombos. That's not true. Chu can act as siege if you have enough of them. Longbow's less good at it. And definitely not good at fighting Sofa. Tries to back away, spin and get baited forward. The Archer's now getting the shots out. Count is low, Lash needs to reset. Archers. He's just sacrificing them now. He knows. For Jiff, the win con is Sofas. Archers are just the assisters. They're doing exactly what they need to here. Sofa's now jumping in on the men-at-arms. Only the first few coming out here. Aren't easily going to be able to hold. Repair crew tries to get on the TC. But Archers will scare them away. Sofa starting to break through. This is only wave number 1. He's got a second one now to dive onto the tree line. Looks like the Longbows actually somehow survived there, but now the workers on the flank are in trouble. There's really nowhere safe to go here. He has at least got textiles to slow down the losses, but with lack of spears, the Sofas don't really care about this damage. Oh boy, and the Archers now even diving the farms. Extra Sofa coming through. If he just adds in like 2 stables on the floor, this will be never ending. He has got the deer gathering happening, hasn't he? Yeah, so he's got up to almost 2,000 food income now. That worker count is only going down. So far. I'm just going to scare away the Lombos. Archers come in to finish off what those boys started. A lot of heavily injured workers. Full garrison towards the TC. Repair crew as well. Now just a 10-worker lead. Don't know about need wood, need blood apparently. Lash is doing what every English player does in this situation. Yeah, he's almost done, right? No, you are. GG gets called. Maybe another Civ, but Malians, you know the food is never ending. Wow. A surprisingly not long Hill and Dale game. I didn't think those existed. Oh god. Might need some caffeine. Alright, next up we're going to Rocky River. Oh god, it's China versus Sushi. Anyone who knows me knows that I find this to be a completely boring matchup. They're like not doing the same thing, but they are doing the same thing. Yeah, I'll let it speak for itself. Alright, in we go. Game number 2. Jif for the Sushi, Lash for the Chinese. I do quite like China in this matchup, though. You know, it's a bit tricky if you get baited into Lancer and Lancer, because Lancer and Lancer is actually quite favorable for Sushi. But if you get towards, like, Spear Crossbow comps, China looks really good. It is a trickier map for that. Rocky River, a safe early start, but of course requires you to move out quite quickly and wider for things like gold. So we'll see how he adjusts to exactly that. Lash better player, probably a Civ loss. I think Jif has been improving quite a bit though. I wouldn't write him off. You know, Jif's been impressing us. He's been adjusting into tournament play quite quickly. But like on paper, Lash should in theory be the better. Hopefully my throat was healed. I mean, it's probably, I think it's starting to show a bit, but it's not there fully. So yeah, it's still a bit rough. Probably going to try and keep my emotions more contained for the rest of the stream. I like had to record something last night because of like a deadline. And I was like, oh man, my voice is still not there. I don't want to do this, but I need to. It's pretty rough. Do I do energy drinks? Yeah, but not usually when I'm ill. At the moment, I've had powder drinks because, like, my Red Bull guy has been very hard to get a hold of in the UK office. So I've been, like, usually I'd have care packages of that good stuff. But it's been a struggle. Hopefully he'll return and respond soon. I have a Red Bull guy? Yeah. I have like a guy from the Red Bull UK team that I just like point a gun at and go, hey, I need more Red Bull. He's like, oh my god, don't shoot me, I'll give you the money. I was like, I don't want the money, I want the Red Bull. He's like, oh, okay, the money, I'll give the Red Bull. And that's how I get my Red Bull. Any questions? No one was shot in the attempt to get this beverage, okay? But yeah, I don't drink coffee. Coffee to me tastes like ass. Someone could be like, energy drink tastes like... No, no, for me, they taste fine. Coffee tastes like ass. Oh, Jif, you dirty... It's not that good, actually. 25 stone, 25 gold, and then 48 food. That's a really long walk to get, on average, probably like 20 more resources. You could have had gold, wood, and stone here, or just right here. Yeah, like what? Just go here, get slightly less by not getting the gold, but get the wood instead, and get the stone and the food. Next KPMM will switch to the dynasties to the east and the middle. No. Why would it be in the middle? I'm confused. Oh, yeah, I get what you mean, because it released on the 4th. I think what we're going to have to do... I need to talk to Tommy about this. We're probably going to pause it for a week. It doesn't make sense to start on the 30th, and then on the 4th, switch people to new civs. Makes more sense to just, like, probably do some pub content the 4th and the 5th, and then 6th, and then start, like, the new week the 7th. Maybe do a show match or two if I can find a sponsor. It's been a very peaceful beginning, hasn't it? But is it going to remain that way? Lash, I thought he'd be going pro scouts. He's not. No, he's trying to just stop pro scouts, which is surprising. I would have expected China to be the one attempting the pro scouts. I mean, in theory, China can do whatever the hell they want. They have a lot more breadth and versatility than Shushi in the opening in terms of what strategies they can implement. The Spearman, a little bit of a peculiar one here without seeing anything. But the guess is going to pay off because Jif has already committed to his stables. Okay. Really good sign actually for Lash. He needed someone to connect with here. Unfortunately though, Jif is going to be mirroring their spears. He could have went Chug. But I think he knows if he does Chug, it gives Lash a reason to go into stables. And it's the right call as we can see with God Vision because Lash already had his stables ready. Yeah, because I think if you're here and you're thinking about this as Jif, your thought process at the end of the day is my opponent will have to find a way to get into Pro Scouts. He will need food. So he wants a reason to build stables if he hasn't already. Jif going for the classic solution to this type of opening pressure though. A Palace Guard. Now, this unit's been a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest with you. Sometimes it looks giga broken. By sometimes I mean rarely. Often it just looks like a strategy that starts off with good intentions and then gets over-invested in. So I'm curious to see if Jif takes this a bit too far or if it's going to be a 3-4 maximum and then play for your creep. Horseman should be able to snipe down the injured scout there. Nicely played. Jif, poor micro on the scouts, just running them by this the whole time. Taking a lot of unnecessary damage. Lash now adding in archers as well. We still don't have horsemen coming out from Jif though. No, it's going to be spearmen and Palace Guard. You know, winning comp against what he's seeing, but Lash has got the answer to both. Archers just got queued. Is Jif just going to keep doing this now? I feel like while the success rate of this has been a bit better recently, it does often get way too easy to overinvest in Palace Guard. Never impressed with Feudal Palace Guard? In Castle, yes. Yeah, but that's the idea. You build them so that you can then transition to Castle. So you build them for an initial advantage, you force your opponent to react, and while your opponent reacts, that resource goes into Castle. Just doing it correctly, actually. Yeah, he stopped at the 8. He's now stockpiling. Needs to be careful about the way he takes these fights, because numbers aren't going to favor him here. Pass guard a little bit rough into the horseman. Similar HP, raw, obviously the melee armor is better. Jiff has all these created space. Like, that push-up may have seemed over-aggressive until you realize that he's been getting extra deer hunt because of it. Survival techniques also finally coming in, something that was sorely missing this entire time. Mountain Academy now being teched. Yeah, meanwhile, Lash has shown no signs of aging up. He's still double barrel shotgunning towards Jiff's base. Complete. First priority will be to get the pass guard upgraded. Lash realizes straight away this is a bad idea. He pulls the troops back. Wait. Are both Arc Raiders and Battlefield coming out this week? Oh, yeah, they are. The Battlefield Battle Royale, that is. I'm weighing up giving it a spin. Set point. PG are a problem now. So Lash is like, what, just trying to kill spearmen, scouts, and ignore the pass guard? Because you can't kill them. At least you shouldn't really be able to. I say as he somehow slays one of them. Yes, they found the weak link in the armor, but the rest of these guys are absolute bullies. And Lance is now arriving. That's going to be Lash losing all the forward archers. And he's still investing more. I mean, at this point, surely you just cut all. Archers being produced isn't going to help you here. Spearmen can at least be justified because of the Lancers, but Jiff right now is in a pretty good position. He just needs to find a way of now turning this into aggression. You can see that Lash is intentionally wasting his time, actually. Something that doesn't seem to have clocked just yet for Jiff. The funny thing, actually, is because Lash hasn't aged up yet, Jiff didn't even need to bother with Undermesh, so he actually trimmed on the savings elsewhere. Imperial Balance is now coming through. Is it EGC Hillendale on purpose, or should it be the regular one? So I think we already went over this. Like, there was a revelation that actually, for some reason, the EGC one shouldn't even be on the store because it hasn't been updated in a long time. So it's just one of those unfortunate things, really. Lash is going to crossbows. Okay, so this is a good sign. I'm not crazy about the horsemen. The horsemen don't really make any sense. You don't see anything to counterplay yet. Maybe he thought he'd be up against Shoot next. But currently, like, you're dealing with Pass Guard, you're dealing with Lancers. Making more Spearmen makes sense for Lash. Horsemen, not so much. And keep in mind, like, building Horsemen plus crossbows, you're kind of paying a premium compared to just building Spear crossbow. It might be that Lash is doing this because he wants to raid with a Horseman into the base. At which point, I know someone's going to ask, well, why not just build Lancers then? Because you're already so far behind the Lancer fight, and Lancers would wear your economy dry. You know, it's very difficult to do Lancer crossbows simultaneously upon age up. That's why most people, if they are going to do it, is set up one and then set up the other. Because the cost per round of units is way too high. You know, you're talking 360 resources every 30 seconds, 35 seconds. Whereas if you went for Horseman Crossbow, like he's doing right now, that comes out to 240. If you go for Spearman Crossbow, that comes out to a phenomenally cheap 200. Perfect reaction by Jiff. Already going to Horseman. Yeah, so he sniffed through it. Saw the crossbows, knows exactly what he needs to remove. Meantime, relics are also now coming home for Jiff. So That does open the potential to go into the pagodas down the line. Remember, if he goes for his age-free choice twice, it will give him access to Yuan, which grants pagodas, which is pretty much the bread and butter of Shushi from this type of place in the game. Gives them a huge influx in resources. Instead of getting 80 per relic, they get 250. Has Lash actually confirmed what Jiff has been building? No, and he can't get in now. Ay, ay, ay. By the time he sees this, it could be too late. It's actually crazy just how many more horsemen there are already for Jiff. Considering that Lash, if I remember correctly, started building the horsemen first. Bob can now come through. I mean, this is necessity rather than nice to have. Lash's food definitely going to be running out sooner at this rate. Unfortunately for him, it is going to be seeing that move out. Now, that isn't going to stop it from happening. In theory. In actuality, though, if the timing is right here, no, Lash, he does have the crossbows in position, so workers should be safe to set this up. Yeah, well played. Jiff will just sack the free. And that's important. That means that Lash is going to be unlocking the Song Dynasty, meaning he'll be able to gradually scale into a worker lead now. Talk about avoiding nightmare fuel. Much needed detail at this stage for him as well. His potential saving grace, but it's going to take time to build up that lead. In the meantime, Jiff has the lead already. Fourth relic soon to be dropped off, and the horseman now jumping in, cutting the reinforcements. And cutting Lash down to less than half the Shushi size. He's just lucky the crossbows weren't the ones caught. That would have been even cleaner, even easier. And now it might be the workers caught because he has to stay away. His entire army is counted by horsemen. The workers left to fend for themselves. As the dive comes in, the chase is on. The worker count already out of control in this game. And the crossbows, they do turn up, but that's just death for them as well. This is over. Jiff. What a hit. Lash had no idea this horseman wave was coming. It's a 2-0. Good week. Some news expected? I mean, I would assume we're getting news soon just because we are like a week out. So surely we've got to know something more soon. But also a good week because we kicked off the day with Lucifer versus B, a third place match. Boop, boop. All right, so bear me a sec, guys. Which civ am I most excited for? I said Sengoku earlier. Sengoku looks like it will be a lot of fun. I'm a very big nerd about the Sengoku period in Japan. I love that crap. Like, every gamified version imaginable of the Sengoku period I've probably played. So, big fan of that. I think I first discovered it with Samurai Warriors, which was a spin-off of the Dynasty Warriors games, and I loved it. Alright. Let's get ready for our next set. 2-cam setup is cool, right? Lets you guys see all the incredible tech. And attention sponsors, if you sponsor us, you could be on camera. Like our incredible hardware sponsor, PC Specialists. That badass laptop right there runs the entire stream. All from just it. And doesn't the stream look beautiful? Remember guys, you can get one of those yourself If you use code PIGEON40, you get 40 quid off. Alright. So what do I say we're going to do next? So we just done Jiff versus Lash. We've got Anno versus Numadon in an hour-ish. We can do you guys want Gully versus Sass or Lucifron versus Footman? Do you want some Gully? Alright, let's go for some Gully. Let's judge the kiddo. Oh my god, they always pass their draft links the other way around than everyone else. I don't know why. There we go. God, the new search system I hate so much. Anyway, let's go ahead. We'll do Gully and Sass. Lucy gonna destroy. I would expect Lucy to beat Footman. Footman's not that high of a rank. He's like 500-600 ranking or something like that. Was it 300 ranked? I can't remember. 1234th in the world. Yeah, so this one should be closer. Okay. Game 1, it's going to be Shushi versus HRE. Here we go. Okay, Shushi versus HRE on Hillendale. Looks like these boys went ahead and used the standard one instead of the EGC one. Probably better for everyone's sanity. Who's favored in this matchup? Isn't HRE just straight up good for a brawl? You're ranked 101 in Canada. You're a pretty big deal. You know what? Like, that's pretty impressive. There actually might be a gray-haired crazy lady coming for you soon. She's very much interested in wearing your skin. She thinks that it will imbue the powers that you have for her to become 101st in the world. Now, whether that is true or not, we're not sure. I may have been the one who put her onto you in the first place. But, like, you know, good luck, have fun. Sass and Gully are normally here. Well, I imagine Gully's in school right now. Actually, no. Oh, wait. He might have finished by now. So Shushi, I mean, this is a bit of a weird map in some ways because Pro Scouts isn't as desirable. There's only 2 stacks of D you can get your hands on, really, because like you start on one out here, as you can see. Your opponent should have the other one. Sass's spawn isn't too bad either, actually, for that. He could arc and drop onto the deer and the wood to not need Pro Scouts at all. Gets a back gold as well. And the only downside for him is it would have probably been nice to have had like the gold option around here. But that's very rare that you can get a spawn where it's deer, gold, and wood like this. By the way, guys, confirming we do have 2 series that are happening today, which is Anatan versus Numadon in an hour, and then we've got Vortex versus Jiff in 3 hours. Nice. Those are pretty cool ones. We'll see how long our throat can hold on to. Any of the quarterfinals that don't get done today will be cast tomorrow.
What?
So Sassy did go for the Dark Age spear play. How interesting. Wait, he didn't check the deer. Huh? Well, you can see the gold's already been taken. I guess Sass was worried about Pro Scouts after all. But his deer is about to be revealed. The scout should be coming around the back momentarily. And meditation already on the way up. Reasonable one. It's going to be 25 gold, 25 stone. And probably about like 15, 20 wood. You have to Medigarden like this. The moment you see it's a Dark Age rush, it stops you from getting out. I think that's why Sass went for the Dark Rush. The biggest concern wasn't just Pro Scouts, because we mentioned it's not as good on this map. His bigger concern is that Hill and Dale can be kind of crazy for Medigarden locations, because there's just so many big veins. Like, he could have got 100 resources here. Over here, he could have got, well, 48 food, 50 gold. Maybe you could have got, like, 36-ish food, 25 stone, 50 gold. Or it's another 50 stone, 50 gold right there. The wood lines go well with this as well. You could have actually wood lined, got about 20 wood, 25 wood maybe, and 50 stone plus 25 gold. You get the idea. Medigardens are usually quite reliable on Hill and Dale from what I've seen. Wait, did he still not look? Oh, mi amor. What is going on? I can't believe he still hasn't looked. Like, you would have just thought by now he would have checked the backside. But no. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he had 2, right? He lost one of the spears then. Yeah, and now the pass guard's going to clear the second. So, Gully's safe. He's got a PG strat. A little bit of a recurring theme for today, it would seem. Second time we're seeing this today. And that might be a problem now for Sass. Yeah, his deer gathering outside the TC range is at risk if this turns into a bit of PG poke. I just don't think you really want to go for many Palace Guard here if you're Gully. The problem is if you go for multi-Palace Guard, then your opponent can gradually get an edge with men-at-arms scaling into castle. Ooh, okay, that was cheeky. Sass. He braced on the perfect edge of the TC to get a little bit of extra arrow fire in there. Remember, Palace Guard are weaker in ranged fights than melee fights. That's not because they have no ranged attack. I'm more referring to their defense capabilities. They're weaker in ranged fights because they have less ranged armor. Sassy. It is going to be double archery. Oh, okay. Gully. He sees that as well, which is great for him because he's playing a castle rush here. Is this a Shallow Monastery build? It must be. There's no reason you really age this fast. Like, you know, Mount Lu Academy is an incredible landmark. Don't get me wrong, but Mount Lu Academy at 7 minutes, you're not really going to get much out of that. And this is the value of the deer. More sheep coming in, so he's still got 11 sheep to work with. Other side of it, Sass has the 12. And that's because both of them are just munching through the deer as quickly as they can first. Does Sass realize it's fast castle? Because I don't know if you're investing like this into men-at-arms, early men-at-arms, if you think it's fast castle. He sees it, right? I don't know if he got a glimpse in there. He sees an outpost, which should make it quite obvious. Sass continues to invest into archers, plus men-at-arms. But Gully, if he just... Wait, he actually went Mount Lu, by the way. He did not go for the Shallow Monastery. Huh. I guess the fault here is he can't get out of the base with it, so it's not worth having. Is this just straight up Palace Garden? Wait, what? This is not following what we were expecting whatsoever. In fairness, though, Sass has decided to commit to a feudal timing, so going just Palace Guard does make some sense. Because if you just spam Lancers, the problem here is your opponent can simply just get Spearman, and then you can get counterplayed. But just Palace Guard, when they get castled, the Archer and Men-at-Arms aren't going to do much. The upgrades just kicked in. Free melee armor, free ranged armor. He's jumping the gun, though, taking this fight before Undermesh comes in because he wants maximum advantage. So that's what look for the retreat. Problem is the Men-at-Arms, the Palace Guard here, they do move at the same speed as these archers. The H3 Men-at-Arms that slow things down. And let that peel away. Sass actually selects the archers instead, start firing off the side. No age up coming, by the way. No, Sass, he prioritizes the blacksmiths. And that got scoured, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gully does the same. No, not yet. Instead, Gully goes for greed. It's going to be the monks. Okay, very surprised by this turn. I actually thought that Gully was going to be trying to scale himself a little bit in terms of the quality of his military. Instead, he's trying to scale economy. In fairness, though, the fort is pretty cool. If Atri are hellbent on playing a longer feudal age, that opens a window of opportunity for you to take all the relics away, making the castle switch pointless. Yeah, and you know, it's not like Sass really wants to build Burgrave when he's already adding in Raxes as it is. Loses value with that type of detail. But if you end up in a game where 5 relics have already been grabbed, Regnitz doesn't do anything either. So it is very weird for H3 sometimes. When you think about their castle age choices, they've always been encouraged to go for the 3rd age quickly because of the nature of those 2 landmarks. Pascal reaching the base. Sass. He's still going to try to fight this. Oh, no. I mean, surely not. Gully realizes a slight overextension. He does back away. But only to get some more friends. The regional inspection just came in. That's going to ramp up the production rates. I like this thought that Gully's just sitting there going, okay, he's going to age up now. Yeah. Now he's going to... This is the... Yeah. Now. I'll go in again. And then if he sees a dozen more men-at-arms, he's like, okay, I'll run away for another minute. And then I'll come in again. I'm glad to see Gully has finally discovered that ranged armor is pretty good. The steel arrow coming through was kind of a game changer here. You've now got archers doing half damage. Arbin units are obnoxious to deal with in feudal age. Yeah, I was about to say, I think you mean like exactly what Shade said for non-knight civs. Like knight civs love dealing with men-at-arms. It's the easiest thing in the world. Just club them. Sass now trying to age up. Dude, I think he's convinced himself that 16 men-at-arms is good enough. I don't know if it is. I mean, Gully has got more men-at-arms than Sass does for this fight. He still hesitates. I think what's happening here is Gully's trying to catch that moment where Sass is too close to aging up to not age up. And then you just try and dive him as he does it, because that means he's not adding in more men-at-arms. He's just kind of hard stuck. Yeah, I've got to sneak out onto the deer and onto the boar, so Gully getting inflated rates there, but not with supervision. You ever sit here and think, man, if I just add in 4 or 5 crossbows. Pascal creep around the back. Not going to do too much, though. Dude is starting to run out here, however. Sass only has 5 farms in total. And oh my god, he's gonna Burgrave. Alright, remember what we said of this depreciating in value because of the Rax's placements? But I think what Sass is doing now is he's gambling on that charge damage. The charge damage in conjunction with the ability to get his hands on heavy maces in just a mere 12 seconds. That's the game changer. Waiting a whole minute would kill him. Getting heavy maces in 12 seconds gives him hope. His savings brace for his death warrant signed. Age up complete. Veterancy queued. And wait, no, he goes land snakes. Hold on. He doesn't go heavy maces at all. He's trying to use Lansk to clear the Palace Guard. Right positioning, maybe. Position on the side here is questionable, though. They're not getting much value. Palace Guard line clubbing in. Men at Arms are about to be upgraded, however. The Lansk, I'm underwhelmed. They've pretty much been hitting 1 unit on average each time. The work is now going down. Sass, the strategy maybe unraveling before our eyes. He only has archers left. Nothing to hold back the PG wave. The amount of blood that's been about to be spilt on screen, rather, this is going to be anything but PG. Yeah, that should be it. That's breakpoint. Sass. What was it about this choice? Like, why did he prioritize Lansk over the rushed veterancy with the heavy maces not been viable? Either way, it's a destruction. Gully takes Sass out with the trash in game 1 and does it fast. Yeah, I don't know about the Lansk. Like, maybe if you can get them in position in the men-at-arms line, the cleaves are worth it, but I feel like the count isn't high enough. You need like 7 or 8 of them. Because you already have so many men-at-arms. But either way, it'll be a win for Gully in game number 1. Up next, we head into Gorge, though. It's Battle of the Broken Civs. All right, you're ready for this? This is a fun one, actually. We rarely get to see them clash, and it's a question on everyone's mind right now. Which Civ is more broken, Lancaster or China? We head into Gorge between Sass and Gully Deckle to find out. Sass with the House of Lancaster. And I know someone's like, well, Sass is the higher ranked player. There's no proof at all. Hold on, folks. Hold on a second. Because Gully is leading this series. He just ousted Sass from Hill and Dale. And now has an opportunity to oust him from KPMM in the round of 16. China for Gully in the yellow. Sass with the Lancastrian blues. And it is going to be a Dark Age opening here. We saw a similar move made by Sass in game number 1. Actually, funnily enough, in that game, he was also Dark Age rushing a Chinese Civ. Shushi that time around. I guess Sass just doesn't want to play against Pro Scouts. And this is one way to try and guarantee that. What's up, Aaron Paul? Appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you very much. And the reason why the Palace Guard won that last game is the men-at-arms upgrade came in too late from Sass. So yeah, like he was behind on his timings. I'm impressed by the way Gully played that. Obviously this time around, no early Palace Guard possibility. That's a Shushi specific strategy. I'm sure this kiddo's got something else up his sleeve. A really good spawn for Sass to block. Double deer on the north side for Gully. That means it's going to have to open probably archery range to contest this, or spam a lot of spears to get control of the area for the deer pullback. Does have a really nice boar in the corner, though. Might be nice for a boar we can play later, pull towards the berries. It's always awkward, though, because you kind of wish your boar is on the same side as your gold when you play China, because then you can just drop a Barbican for both of them. Before we get to that Barbican, Imperial Academy now coming through. Sass. Should just be an Abbey of Kings. I don't think anyone really wants to revisit the old meta, huh? That's probably a good thing. I think we can all agree the Lancaster Castle was not fun in any real way. No, it just kind of felt like an overall negative. Unless, like, Gully isn't going pro scouts in a rush. Yeah, he lets the mining camp get burnt down. He got enough for the taxman and then just bailed. You can tell if he was going to pro scout, because if he was, he would have tried to repair this. So it'll be a slightly delayed pro scout play. Lords are the least active on the map. Manas are a disgusting mechanic. Yeah, like, the manas are at the heart of it, in my opinion, the problem. They just reward you for doing nothing. I don't think that's good design. I've always been a very big believer in earned value. Something can be better, but for it to be better, you need to do something for it. And quite often in the past, that has not really been the case. At least when we've been watching these mana lords. Okay, so Gully, how did he do on the sheep? Considering he can't go pro scout straight away, that's really important. So he's got 13 sheep, 16 on the other side. It's actually done pretty well. And we have got the archery range now coming in. What do you guys think? Because, you know, we were discussing this matchup, and some people felt like, oh, China's better or Lancaster's better. One's if you think Lancaster's better than China. Two's if you think China's better than Lancaster. I actually think that Lancaster is a lot more obnoxious and difficult to deal with on certain maps. Gorge is a little bit tricky, though, depending on the way it spawns. I think this is a good spawn for Sass, though. Just gives him so much blockage on the left side. Just denying the deers, even shoving them away. Kind of trying to hide them. We do already have the archers. The weird part, though, is those archers aren't looking to protect or resecure his own deer. They're heading straight over to trying to intercept Sass's greed. Do you know if content creators will get early access to DLC? It will be released in a week, and there's almost no promo. I haven't a clue. I'm not sure where people are getting rumors of dates from. Kind of just sounds like opium. But I would hope there is something coming. Zero Empire said 30th is creative preview. Did he? That's interesting. Good old Zach. Well, if Zachary said it, then it must be true. In that case, my toll, it's a good week, is even better. Scully, he went for the mass archer strat. Ah, this is the most popular one. When you can't pro scout with China, this is just such a good go-to strategy. You blow archer count up so high and look at the move in, finds a worker. Not quite able to get the second, gets path the wrong way around the gold. Popular are going to be revealed. He has already got spearmen marching across, but they are delayed on arrival. And the Lords is the big threat now for Gully to resolve. Notice what he's doing there, though. He's pulling one archer away, shooting with the others, and then grouping them together, which is causing formation shuffles to pull his archers further away again. This is a ridiculous trick you can easily leverage with your formations, folks. If you're ever being chased, especially with archers, think about using this because it gives you crazy space to keep pressure up while seemingly moving quicker than your intended movement speed. Yeah, and all you have to do is just have one archer further off over here, grab them together, click to the next spot, and these further lagging behind archers will just drag themselves further forward to get in formation. It's so dirty. Not dirty from Gully, it's just dirty that exists. It's way too good, and I know I'm not alone in this. Several pro-level players have even said, yo, this is not reasonable. This thing needs to be removed. Okay, so Gully's stockpiling quite a lot of wood in reserve. I think that's just maybe a slight miss macro. I don't think there's an intent to add in extra production just yet. I mean, you could add in another archery range, but you can just use your Imperial Official to do that anyway. Hobble up. They are the precursor. Lancaster looking for that switch into Yos. The problem is, Gully already has so many archers. Not just that. Pro Scout's coming in. I think you just look for Castle. You've relieved the pressure. I think Sass, because of that pushback onto his gold, loss of the worker, the other time, he may have actually already lost his timing. It's just crazy to say this early on. But okay, there you go. Yeah, Gully sets up the Barbican. A lot of respect being shown then, instead of just rushing the next stage. Who's the real demon matchup? I mean, I think right now I'm favoring Gully. Based on how this is open. That doesn't mean Sass can't strike back. I think if Gully plays too long of a feudal age, the Lords become ridiculous. Now, though, they have been discounted by that Barbican placement. Hand cannon slits are quite effective against the Lords. Remember, they have armor, but when getting shot in the face for 25 damage, 2 armor doesn't count for much. Now, at that point, it feels like a rounding error. Oh yeah, I forgot MSM went to the Rockies line. I mean, not much of an NA lineup on that one. Was it 2 NA players at the end? So you have an NA LAN, and there were as many Danish people there as there were people from NA. Actually, sorry, no, that's not true. There's Magic as well, wasn't there? Yeah. There's 3 Canadians. So you were almost outnumbered by Danish people. I will say this, though. There was substantially more Danish people than there were American players at that event. True story. There's a crazy amount more Hungarians than there were Americans. Okay, so Sass. Looks like he's getting ready to age up now. But Gully's already being in punchline, man. And Sass just kind of has this awkward position now where, like, Yeoman are nice to scale into for sure. But I don't think you're that threatening out on the map. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gully just straight up opens Monastery with the Stables play. Lance is now coming in. And, yep, there you go. Boom. Gully. Just no time wasted at all. All relics leaning south side does at least give Sass an easier defense time, usually into Spears, but here with 21 archers already in play, Spears is going to be very hard to get on the map with. Sass don't think you want a white tower here. Only 3 manas. You can't really use the King's College that well either. You also are probably going to be worried about Lancers, which would push you towards a white tower drop to keep yourself safe. There you go. I mean, it doesn't feel nice, but it kind of feels necessary. If you don't do this, you won't be able to contest relics because your base will just get dove constantly. NA is better server. Some country in EU don't have a capable one. Wait, what? You want to reword that? Army marching here. Gully, not going to have the timing to connect with a dive here. But it's like one of those confirmation things like, okay, you did white tower. Now I can back away. Actually might get a worker if he's quick. Ah, he clicks onto the yeoman. Gully will back away. Yeah, not a worthwhile dive, actually. Especially the horseman backstab. Hold on a second. Gully, what was that? An overextension for sure. Goes for the cliffside to try and hug it to minimize the exposure. Veterancy just kicked in, so he does return fire a lot better here. But the Hovelar keeping chase. The Lancers not able to provide that blockage he's looking for. Finally getting position. Third one now arriving should make it better. Spearmen are now catching up, but a heavy hit there. Gully just sacking his archer mass and gaining nothing directly for it. It has at least drawn attention for him to go off the relics elsewhere. Even that's now getting harassed. Still, it's going to be 1 relic into the base already. Second one is going to get intercepted or then pulled towards his side. Gully has got a lot more Lancers coming. He needs to fix his economy, though. The amount of food is out of control. He can't afford to build Lancers due to a lack of gold. Yeah, he's seeing 1,700 food. I wonder if there's a world in which he considers going Horseman here, and that's the idea. Like, triple stables, pony spam into mass yeoman just deletes them. It is underrated sometimes just getting raw numbers up. Like, Massman is very powerful for Overwhelm. Because, you know, if it's one thing to have a counter unit type, it's another thing when your opponent actually can't move away from you at all. Ball has now been snuck. Wait, Gully's going crossbows. Okay. I wasn't actually expecting that here. Against Yeoman in particular. Yeah, like I guess his fault is like he kind of lost the archer lead, so he doesn't want to commit to archers at all anymore. Sacks the Lancers. I mean, he probably could have just kept spamming Lancers for a win con here. Especially considering the amount of exposed economy your opponent could have, like here. Nicely played. Sneaks in a raid, gets a few worker kills. Not just 2 on the belt. Yeah, just been trying to sneak the deer away. I love the fact that Sass is like, oh wow, look, the deer stack spawned close to my... That wasn't the deer stack spawn. That's just where the scouts kept whoopsieing. Sass doing a great job of at least getting some of the relics back his own way here. Second one on the way home. This is going to get delayed there. This one should reach the white tower as well. So pretty much 2 guaranteed. Gully shouldn't be able to take these away. So compared to where we're at, I mean, Sass's position is a little bit more stable than it would have otherwise been. He's still up against Song Dynasty. He's still losing workers. But at least he's not staring down the barrel of a 5 relic game, which is what it looked like we were heading towards before that unwarranted dive on the white tower as it was completing. Yeah, I think what happened at that moment is Gully just wasn't looking, didn't realize it was then coming up, and then found himself just out of time. How's he so far down on workers? Imperial officials plus the Song Dynasty, and a few worker kills alongside it. It all adds up. Yeah, Song is really quite often slept on in these type of positions, but he was given the perfect reason to go for it when Sass was committing to that feudal push. And the feudal push just not able to come to any fruition because of the landmark. Okay, looks like we've at least got some attempts to deny. Actually, Sass might... Nah, there's no way. Surely not. That relic should eventually be going the way of Gully. Gully, who, by the way, has already set up the Grand... Well, if anyone doubted he was far enough ahead, this is a surefire statement of it. He goes Yuan as well. What? Dude, he's filthy stinking rich. Oh my god, I think Gully's father is an Austrian prince or something. I don't know, like, well, no, he's a Bavarian prince or something. What's going on here? Where's he getting all this money? That's crazy. So you go Yuan, i.e. Castle Age for the second time, while simultaneously going for a farm transition as China. And he's still keeping up on range mass count. Damn. Talk about putting yourself in a perfect position to succeed here. Raids are at least sneaking out now, so the ball has been found, will be idled out. It's about 2/3 of the way through. But I mean, screw it. Who needs ball? Just eat bread, baby. Sorry, rice. Eat lots of rice. They've got plenty of rice coming through. And the pagodas are going to make sure people chow down well. Huge influx of extra resources about to be coming his way. Yes, you do lose the bonus of the previous dynasty when you go beyond it. But you do keep the things that unlock with that dynasty, such as, for example, granaries. That will remain. I don't think Sass would even realize that this granary transition is happening right now, which is really worrisome for him now. He needs to find it soon. Oh god, and the horsemen. They find the workers. No wheelbarrow for Sass. He was now researching it. It's going to cost him. Or not? The puffin? Okay, that should have been minus, what, 3? Ends up being minus, I think, 1, maybe 2 maximum. Still looming around, though. Problem with this is, like, Sass, it seems now even less likely that he'll scout out the farm transition when he's busy running around like this. Wheat or rice, discuss. Well, China eats the rice. They get the rice back. So they're meant to, but these are, like, clearly wheat. Well, I don't know, like, have you ever known China to be big on wheat production? You know, I live in Britain, and we have Weetabix as a breakfast. I've never heard of Chinese people having, like, Weetabix. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure they grow wheat. But I'm pretty sure statistically they grow more rice than wheat. I am eager to be proven wrong on this. Wheat is pretty tasty. It ain't. I have to, like, add sugar to it to make it tasty. Northern part of China grows wheat, but southern part grows rice. But there's a lot more southern lands that are viable for rice, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't it like 2/3 of the land is rice viable? Let's see if this fight is viable for Sass. The horsemen have been looming on the side, and the crossbow's now coming in. The lords are slowing him down here. When he moves away with lords like this, you actually don't move at all. The yeomen are fast. Everything else here is holding him back, though. Yeah, he should be escaping right now from these crossbowmen, but he's not. Gully's helping him. He's unshackling him. He's like, bro, let me just get rid of that for you. And wait, what? Huh? We've got fire lancers. What? Why do we have fire lancers? This is a bit sus right now. Is he just going to rush and end? I think he is. He's like, I'm not getting into this imperial bullcrap where you build a wing guard and you have a cajillion spears. We're not doing it. Oh, interesting. China's the world's largest wheat producer. Oh, yeah, but that... No. But then, like, if you check for the world's largest rice producer, see, what you've done there is that's confirmation bias. That doesn't tell you if they grow more rice or wheat. That tells you they produce more wheat than anyone else. So they have the landscape to produce more rice than everyone else as well. Be careful not to fall into that trap. That's like saying you're, you know, like you. That's like saying you live in. I'm trying to think of a very like currency poor country. That's like saying you live in Malawi, and like you are in the top 1% of richest people in the world. Richest people in Malawi. It's not the same as saying you're in the top 1% of the richest people in like Monte Carlo, you know? Or like even within my own country, it's like saying you're in the top 1% of people for money in England versus you're in the top 1% of people for money in London. It's completely different. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Gully's economy is so rip-raw out of control, he can do whatever he wants. He's going imperial. Okay, so they consume substantially more rice than the wheat. I knew they liked their rice more. I can't blame them. All right, Great Wall Gatehouse coming in. I'm glad we're past the Fire Lancer phase. He just wants to win now. We've got Mass Palace Guard. All this talk of wheat and rice is making me hungry. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, I'm hungry too. You know how much rice costs in my country? Too much. I live in the UK, so everything is too much now. A Fire Lancer is really that bad? Yeah, it's just like, you could build a Fire Lancer, or you could just like take your wallet, open it up, and throw all the money on a fire. You get a similar little thing there. According to GPT, it's 200 megatons of rice and 135 megatons of wheat. Rice wins! The problem with Fire Lancers, they just like aren't better than just going to standard horsemen in a direct fight. For raiding, they're kind of weird as well. Like, yeah, the Fire Lance charge is strong, but you have to catch people clustered like this, or it's not that good. The main use that they're good for is just sniping buildings. Speaking of building snipes, Sass is just trying to slow down death. He knows what's coming. He knows it's going to hurt a lot. Yeah, so he's just trying to pop block Gully so he just can't rush him. As Gully isn't ready to go just yet. He needs about a minute for elite techs. And then it should just be full spam wave send. Everything Constellation runs wild in rice eating communities because no fiber. It's not true. I hear they're great in net speed. Oh, that type of thing. He's torching the villagers specifically because it's like burning 4 houses. And your opponent's trying to max pop. So it's the best way to try and slow him down. Because he can't even start building a new village until he loses the last one. Go. Oh, come on. Stop playing with your food, mate. I guess he's just stockpiling wave to wave. Yeah, here we go. 14 in reserve. So his goal now is to get this count up to 50, 60, 70, 80. And then you just keep sending it. With Yuan Dynasty, he's got the movement speed buffer, remember. So these boys are big zoomers. Yep. Zoomers for the zoomer. Army starts to posture in the center. connecting shot. Wait. A perfect circle forms. And the pass guard will lose this fight. He's got more coming, though. The weird part is Gully, he's pulling the entire army back instead of just going on the offensive now. Which is actually what Sass would need to start getting back in the game. Sass, he's going in. The main army is now arriving. The pass guard wave. Where are they, actually? He's got 32 PG. Oh, he's sending them. Yeah, no, he's getting into raiding mode. Guys, this is where Palace Guard are toxic, because if you don't have stone walls, you can't stop them. And there we go. Yep. The primary group already went ahead of that. So that was the secondary raiding group. He's already in position to return fire. Sass may have broken the first PG wave, but he didn't actually connect with anything that mattered. Sass is buying the time he needs. I don't know about that. His gold just got idled out. He doesn't have the food yet. He needs the farms. He needs everything he can get. He's only level 2 mana. Even that's not going to be full. Oh my god. His army's so upfield. How do you age up? If you get spotted dropping any landmark, the PG will jump it. The Nest of Bees just jumped the main army. Sass has been wiped. That is going to be it. If he techs now, he has no army. If he rebuilds, he has no tech. And he has no way of solving for the kiddo this time. It's a 2-0 destruction for Gully Deckle. Whoa. China OP? China's so disgustingly strong. I mean, both of those sips are. I just think probably Sass's opening didn't connect how we wanted. And Gully's reaction to go Barbican was really smart. It just pretty much guaranteed any secondary attempt was going to be kind of moot. So then it forces it into the third age where China can get a clear edge. And keep in mind, like, Gully, you know, he did throw away his archer lead unnecessarily when he tried to dive that white tower. Even with that in mind, though, he played it cleanly. What's up, Aaron? Appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you. All right, guys. So, as a 2-0, if I have a quick look at the brackets, update you on the state of things. So, that means that Gully is going to be going up against Lucifer on a Footman. Which one do you think it's going to be, guys? I don't know. It's hard to predict. We'll have that matchup happening not too long from now. So I think the goal will probably be the Gully Deckle series. Maybe we cast tomorrow. We've got Anatan versus Numidan happening in 20 minutes. And then Vortex versus Jif we'll either do today or tomorrow. Bear me a sec, because Photoshop is being a douchebag again. Dude, why does it always do this? I legit have to force crash Photoshop because it won't open. Adobe is such a crap platform now. Mate, it went downhill quicker than Jack and Jill rolling, mate. Hey, AB. We missed you in King of the Rockies. I mean, I can't financially justify going to America for that event, I'm afraid. I hope you had a good time, though. I mean, I was just saying earlier today, like, I'll probably, in the month of October, if I'm lucky at this rate, make enough out of streaming to cover half of my bills, which is not good. So I definitely wasn't about to add in another 1,000 buckaroos for the month or whatever, going to America. But, you know, I was working with someone, we were trying to fearcraft a way to actually make it happen, but my understanding is, like, the Rising Empire boys didn't want to include other games, so we weren't able to do that. Anyway, let's go ahead and we'll put GIF music through. So I'm just updating the scores in the background, so you guys know what we've got, what's coming, etc. Gully Deckle, though, that was an impressive one, man. I was not expecting a 2-0 there at all. Can barely justify coming from Canada. Yeah, it's quite the trek. But you had to, you know? Almost half of the combatants were Canadian. Your honor, your pride demands it. It's not a request, it's mandatory at that point. You see our silly posters? I did not. Honestly, I watched like nothing of King of the Rockies. I was like bedridden most of the weekend. So hadn't really had any time to even think about it. So you guys want to watch a little bit of Lucifer on Footman, or do you want to watch something from the ladder? Apparently, Emlord was super sick. I think that's just an excuse. He was just patting himself in case magic kicked his ass, you know? So, Civ for Lucy Footman, we've got a English versus Roosh game on Hill and Dale. I guess we can go to that. Yeah, screw it. Let's vibe. And then after this, we will have the Anatan Numidan set. Oops, let me wipe the slate clean now. All right, in we go. The return of 358 Footman. 358th of his name, I believe. He's actually... It's a bit of an interesting one, Footman. He was once upon a time, I think, quite high up the rankings, but maybe I'm mistaken. Solo rank actually has him pegged at 1200th in the world, so he's Conk 1. This shouldn't be a good story for him. But he picked English on Hill and Dale, which means it could be an incredible victory. Because we all know that English gets leveled up the more cliffs there are on the map. There's enough cliffs here. What is a little bit less expected is Lucifer's pick in this game. We've got a Roos pick coming out from the Spaniard. Yeah, you wouldn't really expect the Roos pick as much, actually. Roos picks on this map, I feel like it's been a while. This is definitely not your usual. Roos picks are usually reserved for maps like Gorge, Cliffside, etc. But they can make sense on Hill and Dale, I guess. You know, you benefit a lot from the hunting cabins due to the fact you don't have as much gold in your high ground. Or at least normally don't. Unfortunately, we're using EGC Hill and Dale, which made some interesting choices with the 8K. You go 2TC as Roost on this, you're likely not going Horse Archers. I think it's an option, but it might just be simpler to just go for Fast Castle, pick Relics first, and then fall back to 2TC afterwards. Because if you go 2TC, English are probably doing 2TC anyway, and their 2TC should be easier because of the Abbey of Kings. So it may just be safer to play Deer, go Fast Castle. Don't even necessarily Pro Scouts. So it sounds a bit weird, but like technically there's less Deer on the map for you to get anyway. I guess considering you didn't build a hunting cabin out here to begin with, though, I imagine we are still going to be looking at like a Pro Scout timing. Unless Lucifer has a crazy number of sheep, which currently he doesn't. He's going to be sitting at about 13. I'm sad it is going to be 11. So Footman doing worse. I think if Lucy picked the Bastards against English, he would still be favored. No disrespect towards Footman. How dare you? How dare you? For 357 generations, Footmen have stood at the front line as the last bastion of defense for China. And you spit on his ascendancy? His ancestor. You dare call it into question. If someone has 358 editions of something, you know one of two things. They are either incredible at evolving and surviving, or incredible at just running away. Because, you know, like, keep having offspring if you keep running away, I guess. scouts are going to arrive and discover the mining camp. So we'll just start burning through and that, trying to waste a little bit of time. Wood gathering down the way. Probably looking at a TC back here. Could think about it towards the deer, though. Good lordy, my friend. I'm weighing up, like, how long we're going to go today. Because I don't think we're going to do, like, a 6 or 7 hour stream. I don't think my throat will hold up. Dude, this is where, like, this is where all the other streamers in the directory got it easy. They just play the game. They'll talk a bit. They don't need to. They'll vibe. You guys, like, 5 seconds pass. That's going to be like, why is KP not talking? Because I'm tired. I haven't even had caffeine today, actually. I've been thinking about making some. And I'm like, that's probably going to make it worse. I probably shouldn't. But I do feel weirdly tired. I probably should caffeine. I don't know, dude, it's like all those powdered drinks as well, which means it's probably going to make my throat worse because of that. And interesting, it actually goes for it on the Ford Gold. I mean, I guess not that interesting. It bridges the gap to getting your base mostly. Clock going back to the extra hour? It's not that. I don't really typically tend to feel tired. It's the illness that's making me tired. The illness is 100% making me feel rough. That's why normally when people, like, you know, you ever get like the paracetamols where it's got like caffeine in them as well or whatever. Oh boy, we are definitely getting one of those games. I mean, we already knew we were. Let's run the Pro Scouts, and it is going to be nights. Okay, so I guess because it's English, he doesn't want to entertain the idea of a fast castle build. I think he just wants to take a giant dump on the guy. Figuratively. Guys, I really emphasize figuratively. Who's Fitman? Player from China. He's played in a few of the KPMMs. Oh, so King is just gonna camp and be annoying, I guess. You know, it's an easy target to try and slow down Pro Scouts. This is kind of the funny thing about Pro Scouts as well. Is like Pro Scouts technically is more easily deniable on Hill and Dale than almost any other map with 4 deer, because it's predictable. Like 2 players and 2 of those deer stacks are already in the bases. Then you've got 1 per player on the outskirts. It's very obvious where your opponent's going for his second deer pack, normally. Knight, able to deal with the king. Arm's getting set up. It looks like Liz Front is getting for that castle timing. So yeah, he basically built 2 knights to deal with the king. I wonder if he does go into horse archers here. Considering the nature of the base layout, like, it's not a bad idea. You can sneak into this tree line. And then you rotate past and around. So there are good targets in mind here. Just sounds a bit weird to be like, let's build horse archers against English when you think longbows and short bows and wooden defenses. Wait, what? Why is... Lucy, no. Guys, it's a strategy. It's the just-in-case tower. Just in case you don't get attacked, you cancel and get your wood back. There's definitely not a 20% increased gathering rate buff you could be getting by building this thing entirely. Oi, this guy is grand finalist level, okay? He's a god. Don't question it. High trade house now coming through. That is... Oh, God. Get your numbers in. Bruce Feudal Knight versus King, no upgrade. Who wins, no kiting? That should be the knight. Because the early knight has 19 base damage, the king has less. If I can find him for you. I don't know where he's gone. He's up here. Here he is. It's 16. And then it's 220 HP versus 190, but also the king has less armor. Also, that 16 damage, he attacks much, much worse. 2.38 seconds versus 1.5. Yeah. Knight will definitely win. But that's why you don't stand still. You know? Be the Mel Gibson of the Patriot. Don't be that stupid idiot English guy who's like, form the line. Like, come on. Shoot, move, shoot, move. Or swing move, I guess. Nice. Nice charging. Oh. Is he going to get 2? Nah, he'll have to back away. Out of time being achieved, though. He is going to get a second one. Okay, it cost him the knight. I don't really feel like that was worth it for Lucifron. To get that additional kill, losing 2 knights, terrible. Even with the extra idle time. Still, it's a little bit damage done. It slows Footman down. He didn't quite have enough gold yet, so it actually did impact his timing on beginning the age up. Lucifron, he has got more knights coming, but he's also now getting into the relics. And it looks like High Trade House, 94 gold a minute. Close, but no cigar from the jam. Very close, actually. And White Tower, very close to the TCs, as we normally expect. Does not protect a wraparound on the back, though. These farms will not be safe. This is a very turtle version of Hill and Dale. Go at EGC and ask them why they haven't updated their map. This is an EGC map. What's my stream settings? I use the enhanced broadcasting. So I'm sending 1440p, 1080p, 720p, etc. all Twitch side, and then people can view in whatever they can view in. So I'm doing a lot of the heavy lifting on upload quality, etc. Okay, so knights on knights, really. If Footman gets defensive fights, it's good, but right now the priority should be getting out on the map to stop relic grabs, which means you're not favored there. I guess, though, if you don't go for knights, like, how are you ever winning the fight anyway? It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't type feeling to it. Second relic now being picked up, Lucifron. Additional Warrior Monks added in on top of that. I think the only way this really goes wrong for Lucifron is if he drives himself into the base too quickly. Like, think about it. Footman only has room to protect two farm clusters. That's really weak. I'm confused seeing this in the map pool. So, I highlighted let's use Hill and Dale, but I didn't specify which one. I think there was maybe just a level of trust in EGC that they update their maps, and they do not. Nightclub run begins. He's attacking into the attack speed, though, which is questionable for Lucifron. I guess he just feels like he's got the numbers. I mean, it's 3 versus 7. It's not wrong there, but with 2 more additionals coming in, it's going to be a back away. I don't understand the macro here. How's Lucy favored? Because he's getting all the relics. The relics make up for like about 2.5 villages. And although Footman looks like he's got 20 more workers, and you're like, well, that's not enough relics to make up the difference. It's tempo and trade-off. Like, he's producing more workers. He's then having to add in farms. There's an accrued cost within this extra village account for things he has to do with it. Whereas for Lucifron, he already paid for Pro Scouts. He's now just getting lots of deer home. He's eating a better gathering rate by default. And then also has the deer spawning here to make sure he doesn't have to think about farms for even longer. It's all about timing. So if Footman can get up to being 30 ahead, that's when you think about the nature of spreading out the farms by then. He'll start to look a bit better. But the other problem right now for Footman is his comp just doesn't make sense. He's going knights just to defend. This is a classic error that people step into, is that they do it originally because they were going to attack. And then when they can't attack, they don't realize that this unit is killing them. Because he could have 3 times the spears instead. 3 times the spears protects every angle of entry into your base. It stops Lucifron from getting through. And then it gives you time to build a quality unit type to move out. Slowly scaling into knights, however, allows your opponent to potentially keep winning the clashes, but then add in another layer which wins even more, like horse archers. Horse archers. I'm going to have a poke at it. Knights. Again, into these type of fights, but he has the boy's fortitude now. The numbers are kind of scary for Footman. And man, please, we need some stables in here. This is another classic oopsie. Not enough production for the level of economy. Yeah, he got forced off of his imp timing, but now he's just dumped 2,400 resources in a night production, and it's going to take him over 2 minutes to realize that value. That is wild. Meantime, you still lose the fights. Knights clashing, horse archers able to snipe down the injured. Should be an eventual boot out of the base, but in the meantime, triple Sacred Site locked in. And he's still forced Footman to add in all these extra knights. Ay, 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 not just that, the new wave arriving. He's kept in check at a 20 worker lead. It's a hemorrhaging now. The villagers are starting to die. The farms getting idled out here is painful. The man just looks kind of stuck. Yeah, he's just going to camp here, forcing him to come out. Another good fight. The new wave of knights hasn't gone in. But Lucifron, okay, good play there. Footman intercepts the Sacred Site win condition. Still, Lucifron, look at what's happened to the worker count now. That lead is evaporating. We're down to 13. This is where 5 relics, 2 Sacred Sites, and a high trade house is definitely worth more. Before we even talk about the 20% more wood, it's just a lot of subtle economical advantages. And also remember, when Lucifron gathers the food, he gets gold. It all adds up. We're running out of some of these food sources soon, though. At least produce some crossbows and spears. Why would you? You've got a 4K and an 8K in your base. Build more knights. Build more knights. Why is there an 8K in the base? This map is cursed. It's scuffed. And to the, are we sure we want to stick with it? I mean, I'm talking to Tommy about it now, but the problem is, like, if you don't stick with it now, like, because some of the waves would have already been played or whatever, it's like, I don't think we can change it. So I think it kind of is what it is now. It's unfortunate. There is a really cool new map in that I thought would have been better to use this week. Alright, we're going to see if any of the quarterfinals have begun. If none of the quarterfinals have begun, then we can use it for them. But the quarters are literally about to begin, so people would have to see him respond immediately. It's right in the back, man. He went? Wait, he actually went for it? While I was typing, he went for the wing guard. What? But you've got nothing. You've literally got nothing. You've got no gold. Your farms aren't work. Okay, he's dead. Like, if I'm Lucifer, I'm just sitting here. Wow. I can't believe he just full-on sent it into wing guard. I mean, it feels bad to have to Berkshire here, but, like, what do you get out of the wing guard now? Lucifer's about to catch up on age up. He's got a second army. He can sandwich both sides of the base here. Called the vulnerable farms. I mean, this is the problem. Like, the White Tower basically needs a placement where it can protect 3 farm clusters. I'd honestly say sometimes it's worth sacking your second TC to get that. But here, he protected 1 farm cluster. That's it. And unfortunately for him, there's a gap here. Like, this White Tower, if it had been further across and he'd walled the tree line, kind of has a strategy. But that small gap cost him everything. It's the leaky pipe that just keeps on drizzling. Now, Lucifer about to make it rain in this one. We do, however, have Elite Knight upgrades in. It's an opportunity to strike back for Footman. Folks, this is just wave 1. Lucifer, it just feels like he's toying with his food. If this new wave had already came in, I think the game is just over at that stage. Lucy now with the worker lead. Yes, you just heard that correctly. 20 minutes in, he did go 2 TC finally. But a lot of this was just raw butchering. He's killed 44 workers. Why can't English players be allowed to play the game without having to lose more workers than they have villagers? Huh? Like, what's up with that? Okay, in fairness, it's their own fault for never doing anything but building 2 TC. Yeah, in fairness, actually. This boyo looks cooked now. Footman rushes off the gold. Tech up just came through. Upgrades queued up for Lucifron. Ah, this game is over. Yeah, the chase is on. That's 20 workers. That's a third of Footman's economy. KB talking smack to fellow English. No. Don't say fellows if I enjoy playing it. I'm just trying to make their game more enjoyable for themselves. And let's go. Is this enjoyable for you, Johan? This what you want for your English players? This is what you want. Johan really wants English to get buffed. And there's the epic upgrades. Knights now joined by the horse archers in elite status. And I think Footman's just processing loss. Like this, I don't see a way. I mean, he doesn't know about 2TC, but even if he doesn't think that's there, this is a slopey hill to try and climb back up. Footman devoted to Squire. I would have went with Footman demoted to Grunt at this stage. Not really much regal left about him to attend to the role of Squire. His Squire hopes have been squashed at this stage. Horse archers dive in. When the White Tower doesn't hold him back, nothing is going to hold him back. GG. G1 to Lucifron. He took the game 2 as well. I'm just going to spoil that for you because we're not going to do the second one on this one. We have got Numidan versus Anatan now coming up. Your Adobe Illustrator just crashed. Welcome to Adobe. We pay way too much and it doesn't even work. pay so much for it. I guess the AI tools are probably nice. Probably. Alright. So Anna and Numu are done drafting. They're now browsing, they're getting ready. Game number 1. Let's see what they're going to be doing, because we should be on Hillendale. Hopefully... Okay, it's Ibids versus Ottomans. Hopefully Tommy was able to message the players quick enough so we can just get them off of really bad EGC Hillendale. And get them onto standard. The way it's meant to be. I'm a bit bummed out though. We had a new map added in this week that I was really hoping we were going to get to see. But I'm pretty sure it's just going to get like banned a bunch. Because, and this is a big part of why we like usually have the new maps put as a default maps. Is otherwise people are like, oh, I don't want to try something new. New strategies need to be learned. Oh, because we actually created Pigeon Woods, which is, it's basically... Shout out to Caillou for this. I mentioned it a long time ago. There's a map that I thought could be quite intriguing from a competitive standpoint, but the default version of the map really sucked. So what he done is he created a version of this map, and it is... I can find it. It's not Flankwoods, it's Highwoods. So Highwoods, if you guys remember, is the one with a big hill in the center that has a sacred sign on top of it. You have all these like spaghetti wood lines everywhere. So you have all these kind of cool rotation opportunities and blind spots. But the floor of the map is that you have a sacred site behind you in the corner, and you have a trade post in the other corner. So it's meant to be a really cool map, but it just turns into a boring, boomy map because there's too much safety. So we readjusted it so that the sacred sites and the trade posts spawn in neutral territory instead. Theoretically a really cool map, but... I think there's some miscommunication. For some reason, we did not use it as the default map this week, even though it was meant to be. Now, I didn't catch that because I was too busy dying. So, whoopsie. Anyway. Very nice. There we go. They are using standard Hillendale. The week has been saved. Huzzah. All right, it's got 3.5 minutes. The series is live, so we can have predictions. Gambaholics, rejoice. Why no 2v2 tournaments? It does not make sense, the KPMM format whatsoever. The KPMM format is an open scheduling format so that people from all kinds of different time schedules and different availability can potentially play. It doesn't work when you add 2 more people into the equation of booking a time. On top of that, makes the prize pools even less lucrative per player. I also think Age of Empires 4 has done a poor job for a long time of designing around 2v2 and team situations. And finally, it just increases the points of failure. If you're going to have a crash issue, that can occasionally happen in a 1v1 tournament. If you have a 2v2 tournament, you've doubled the amount of potential situations in which that crash issue can happen. 3v3 tournament, tripled it. 4v4 tournament, quadrupled it. It just becomes an admining nightmare. Someone in my head? It's called hair. I know, Farman. You're jealous. It's okay, though. Trip to Turkey could fix that for you. Maybe. KP cold? Not as cold as Farman's hairless, bald-ass head. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Ooh. The launch trailer for RedSec for Battlefield 6 is tomorrow, 3 p.m. That's the Battle Royale game mode for Battlefield. Intriguing. Right, there we go. Same maps as last week? Nope. We change 1 to 2 maps every single week. The trip to Turkey isn't even guaranteed. Wait, what? Is it not? It's got to be, like, if you're a bigger creator, they'll guarantee it. They'll pay for it as well. Do I... Caffeine. Oh, I thought you meant the Turkey trip part. I mean, it might not fix it. That's how they get you. They're like, oh, sorry, you have to come back. Next time I'll fix it. You can feed resources in CS2 at the beginning of the round. In pro team games, very before in my opinion, you can feed your teammates resources entire because of the slow pace and really make a game imbalanced. It's not really often worth it though. The better way is that you stop your opponents from greeding and you let that person greed. So like, it kind of exists, but I don't know. I just think the dynamics of team games are poorly implemented in practically every RTS I can think of. There's not many that have done it well over the years. All right, let's get predictions up, though. It is time. Quarterfinals are back, baby. The final week before the DLC, and we've got Anatan versus Numadon in a best of 5. Let's get to it. Game number 1. Numushad with his Ottoman pick going up against Anatan on the Ibids. Ayu and Otto on Hill and Dale. A little bit different to a certain degree. I would have expected the Ottoman pick. Numadon in the past, I think, has done this quite a lot, actually, if I'm not mistaken. It's decent for going into the trade network for down the line because the trade posts tend to spawn on your flanks. But they spawn close to your base, so you don't get as much gold out of doing that. Ibids, on the other hand, I wonder if this is just a straight-up fast tech play here. They can be nice for going into the Dervish wing. If you get your hands on 2 healer boys and add in 1 desert raider, you can poke raid your opponent's gold and then just run away while taking up and pick up the relics. Just checking the rest of the resources. It's fairly balanced overall. Yeah, so Numadon gets the deer and the gold spawning forward, and then perfectly mirrored is Anatan's berries plus gold. I say perfectly because obviously the berries is like the superior gathering rate at the beginning. Unfortunately, by the time this would be relevant for like aggro play, Ottomans, Ibids will likely be off the berries or secure. But he has got military school coming, so this gradual building to Spearman is at least going to be a little bit annoying. Never seen a game plan based on feeding your opponent Age of Empires 4. You, sir, clearly weren't paying attention in the food sling meta before they nerfed Malian's cows. There was a broken strategy discovered in the 2v2 tournament that involved playing essentially HRE and Malians. The Malian player would sling you cows, and then you would just spam non-stop Arkham buffed gathering rate cows to build into mass men arms. That's nerfed? Yeah, but you just said you've never seen. You didn't say there's currently none. You said you've never seen. I'm going to lawyer your ass on this. Those are 2 different things. If you're up on the stand, you go, oh, well, I've never owned stocks in FTX. And you go, well, look at these sheets. Like, oh, I meant to say I do not currently own stocks in FTX. Like, oh, no, we got your ass. Stick him in the coin jail. Piece of crap. Oh, wait. So we catch someone off guard, and the first instinct is to go for the, sorry, me no speak English card? I knew it. Yeah, right. Nice try. Put him in jail. All right, Spearman arriving. Nimu. It's just going to be able to poke a little here. But we have got logistics coming in, so Anno doesn't have to panic too much. He doesn't even need to pull workers away. Once the dervishes come out, he can heal all this damage off. So he's got the right idea. Just shuffle healthy villagers in place to start shivving down. so that afterwards you can just kill them all. And second freebie spear's coming. And it is a Madrissa, so no trade, but like we said, with the lack of full distance trade options, it did seem unlikely. Yeah, also it's not great against tempo civs. Like you're talking about a slow scale up maybe into trade. You're against a civ who's going to try to send it at you. Or just greed ahead of you by going for fast castle players. How do we do on sheep, actually, for Anno? 13 sheep in total. 14 for Numu, so great rotation for him. Especially considering he didn't start on the deer. Dervish is out. This is fast castle. Anno just taking it all the way. Yeah, he's choo-chooing his way all the way to the third age. Because at this point, because it's a military school build, there's not much threat. It's like he's thinking about going for a wall, which is kind of interesting. The dervishes should be very hard to actually stop them from walling. Sometimes these raids look so futile. You have to go after the dervish, but even that is not a quick kill. No, and if he just brings the other one across... Well, actually, Anno needs to be careful here. Yeah, well, he's lucky, actually, because the spear's turn. Yeah, exactly. If that had been realized earlier, Numinon would have had a kill there. Because he had this second spear not attacking the whole time. He could have got that. That was kind of crazy. God, if you lose a dervish to 2 Dark Age spears, you know you're having a bad day. Anno needs a good week. He did not have a fun experience against B in last week's midweek muster where he got 3-0'd. Nimu, is he saving up himself? No, he's going full aggro. Military school's coming through. Anatown, we're probably looking at Growth Wing here. You could do Desert Raiders. The growth is pretty nice, just to give a clear, obvious inflation. Especially in an ultra-fast castle build, getting growth, because of how early you get it, adds a huge abundance of extra resources into your economy at that stage of the game. It's like getting 20% more workers, basically. And what the... How? Like, that is not meant to happen. The Dark Age Spearman, man. I can't believe that. I know. It's just, I wasn't even paying attention to Dervish. I'm like, nah, they never die. They never die to that. Somehow he's now dead. Yeah, ignore Timothy the Camel. We got him second hand. He's a little bit dented. He ain't quite there in the head. A horse, a donkey rather, double hoof kicked in there while playing a very unstable game of Buckaroo. And whoa, okay. Now that's a bit different. I wasn't expecting this. We've got Eco Wing instead of being growth, though. It's gonna be the industry. I know cooking. So that's gonna give him a bunch of wood and stone as well as improve his villages. Nimu. He's like, woohoo, I can win the relic game now, Papa. You've still got to go Castle Age, though, buddy. Your castle timing is definitely going to be worse than Anno's. Setting up the fast walls on the front side. Alright, how did you guys gamble? 86% for Anatan. Good lord. Okay, so there might be a slight chance you guys think Anno can win. Desert Raider? Oh, that's cheeky. That's a kill. Anno. Attack speed is just crazy. Beautifully done. Smashes one down. He's not done though. He's like, oh, yeah, well, double kill, please. We'll at least get scared away in the end. Gets a freebie. Now 10 seconds away from the Eco-Wing industry completing. Reminder, this gives you a bunch of wood, stone, as well as allowing villagers to build faster. I wonder, would he go 2TC at all? I know, it feels a bit gluttonous to do. You can get it really quick, though. Like, the game almost is just begging you to do it with that increased build speed you just got. Now, though, instead it'll be the stables coming in. So let's ramp up the production. Double stables plus the blacksmiths. Mehmed Armory is coming in from Numidan. So it won't be too much further behind his opponent. The relic game has already started. Anatan drawing the first one home. The wall didn't go up, so Desert Raider gets in again. It'll be a second kill. Might be more. Man, this is ridiculous. One Desert Raider is ruining everything for Nimu. Gets another? This attack speed just looks so dirty. Sometimes I just wonder. Why is like this still not adjusted, man? It's ridiculous the amount of damage you just done there. Just one DR, at least it finally does go down. But now, Numidan, he doesn't have a counter to Camel Lancers. No, his army loses to Camel Lancers. If they attack, that is. Instead, he's going straight off the relic, gets the charge in, but has to back away. There's one spearman he needs to be worried about. Another camel coming around. That's going to be the dervish. We'll on the flank, but the horseman will come back in to deal with that. Camel Lancer still looking for a return charge. We'll get the connect. And the club down. So Imam sniped. No additional Imams for Numidan. Considering the one on the flank just got killed as well. Numu. It's either crossbows or spears, but you need them fast. Okay, so what's Anatan's next piece? Usually you're thinking archers here. Especially considering you're going to need infantry in this type of build because you don't have a way of building siege otherwise. And siege can be pretty nice if you can get your hands towards the Maginique timing, especially on a map like Hill and Dale, where usually people become a bit trapped and fighting in tighter areas. That's where siege can look a lot better. 2 more relics now coming home. Man, this is getting quite problematic. Numidan should be able to get the remaining 2. He's already walled 1 in. He done that early to guarantee it. As well as the extra berries. Imagine if Anno's like, nah, I'm just going to build Camel Lancers the entire game. What's he going to do? Build guns? Wait. They can build guns? I mean, you can, but it's very rare to see an Omen player adding in his gun units early on. It's just the type of unit you scale into later on in the game instead. Unfortunately, a little bit too late there. Relic will make it behind the wall. So Numidan locks in 2. Now remember, this is not that broken EGC Hillendale. There is only 2,000 more gold left to be tapped on this high ground. Numidan is yet to secure additional. Nice intercept there, though. Nimu gets around, stops the wall going up. Gets himself a worker kill for free. Camel Lancer is going to be steering over, so should be the answer to the incoming Sipahi. Unless they just... Oh, Nimu. I didn't realize this straight away, though. Well played. There's small little details in these type of situations. Outplay on the outplay. Okay, he's been building them. For a second, when you see 4 like that, I was like, hold on a sec. Please tell me he didn't Janissary Company. I will cry. He hasn't. But he is building into the Janissary already to deal with this threat. And wait, what did Anatan do with all the stone? Did he sell it? He had 400 stone. No, I think he just got all fortifications. Yeah, he got Springald emplacement. Okay. Interesting. So that allowed him to just put all the camel lancers up the field instead of keeping any at home. Maybe Nemu should switch the landmark from Mango to Springald. Currently, he has no reason to. Mangoes can make sense because usually Ibid players go camel lancers into archers. So he's just prepping for the next counterplay. Problem is, Anno is actually building camel. We're up to 20 camel lancers now. Like, come on, this is ridiculous. Every time, Numenon's gonna be like, okay, well, he's not showing it all, so I'm not gonna overreact to camel lancers. They're still a problem, but like clearly he's got something else. Surely he's got something else. That wall, very unfortunate. Numenon learns the hard way to double check your work, okay? You never know when you get a dodgy builder in. Like, well, I definitely know how to structure this wall so it's secure. Uh-huh. Can I see your credentials? Have you got a portfolio online? Maybe a YouTube channel? Triple Sacred Site now. Numenon's playing this game in a very dangerous way, but at this stage, I mean, I don't blame him for feeling scared. When did you last see Numenon win a fight? I think the only win he's had all game is when his Spearmen were able to kill one of the dervishes. Outside that, it's been pretty Anno favored. And the bulk just keeps building. Soon to be 30 camel lancers. Good lord. Nemu has got the 16 Janissaries though, and it is the Janissary company. Yeah, he didn't want to wait for a slow scale. He couldn't afford to with the lack of gold. And we have got Siege of his own. Anatan, a smart read. We talked about him needing to build archers to get the siege, but instead he just goes to the straight-up workshop. Numenon in a rush here. And the timer's got ages, but I think he knows that something's not right here. He doesn't see the full picture. They don't want to run it down. Otherwise, the problem is Ibids could just try and creep in castles on these sacred sites. And Lancers with the poke. I think he wants to buy time for like double mango here. I've got spring on placement, which Numenon's going to learn about. Decap is almost complete, at which point Numenon could just kind of drift back. But he needs to try and find somewhere to get gold is my big concern. And the map doesn't have many easy options available to him. A lot of them are quite exposed here. Like, maybe the east side would be his best, just to get the deer. Because food's also going to become a problem for Numenor with this comp. Now, trying to brute force in, Anatan. Lurking around the back. Wait, why are the dervishes back here? What? Huh? Nice neat spread. Damage shot coming in. Numenor not paying attention. What's the army doing? They just spread and break away here, but it's impossible to dodge these Manchanique shots. The incendiary mode just gives widespread damage. It's not high damage, but it's guaranteed. Why is Numenor building men-at-arms instead of spears? Because he has Janissary to deal with the lancers, and he's still worried about archers. I think he's just, at this point, taking the bait. He's looking at this game, he's like, well, I mean, of course Anatan would by now build archers. I mean, why wouldn't he build archers? What kind of insane maniac builds 40 camel lancers without building any archers? Little does he know, the mad Belarusian scientist has been busy in his basement. He's gone through all the refined strategies of the Ibids, and he's come to one conclusion. Every time that Lancer lost, it's because the player did not build enough Lancers. Anno is here to fix that mistake. Unbelievable. Triple C's and just poking. Camel Lancers have crept in on the flank. We'll force them idle and get a few kills. But the Manganique count now to 3. I don't like the look of this for the Janissaries. They are going to be the first victim of the opening folly. Nimidon going to make it even easier by coming to Anatan. Camel Lancers! There's so many. Nice dodge there on the first flurry. Manganiques. They almost wasted the shot. They go for the spread. And look at how low they now are. Another Manganique comes out. That's going to start finishing him off. The Janissaries crumbling. The Lancer charge in from behind. And Numidon's army reduced to splinters. Who gives a crap about unit diversity? Download more camels. Get 2 for the price of 1. You could have built a men-at-arms or a spear. That's one person. But a camel and his rider are a combo for life in the Ibid Kingdom. What? Oh, what a funny strat. Literally just camel answers for the entire game. Freaking Anatan. Oh, what a lad. Alright, let's see what the boys have got for us next. Okay, so next up is going to be Sacred Grove, Byzantines versus Jean. If he gets a good berry spawn, Biz can be quite useful here. If not, it gets a little bit weird. Goddamn throat still. And then, guys, tomorrow we'll look to do... Why is Jiff's name phased out? We'll look to do Vortex versus Jiff. And we'll also look to do Gully Luciferon series. I think we'll do... Yeah, I'll tell you that one. Beaver, Scatterbrained. I think we'll look to do the other 3 quarterfinals tomorrow. But we'll see how this one goes. I don't know. I'm just like... prepping just in case after this series I'm like, my throat is done. Because my throat has felt a little bit rough for the last hour and a half, actually. I don't want to over push it. The good news is it hasn't broken. Alright. Oh. RNG is not on his side. No, not this time around. Anatan, he might be leading this series 1 game up, but he didn't get the double berry spawn to make Byzantines feel like gods in the Sacred Grove. Well, I mean, Sacred Grove, Olive Groves, it felt like a match made in heaven, but this map is actually quite good for deer sieves, specifically for the Pro Scouts play. Hence why Numidon went for Jean d'Arc, but he has gone for Jean in aggro mode. That's right, Dark Age Rush opening here from Numidon. Okay. It's going to work quite well here as well. Look what Anatan's done. He went out into the stone already. He hasn't started gathering the berries. This was meant to be a Grand Winery build. Did he forget who he's up against? I mean, it's... I can understand why Anno might just think he can get away with the greed, because like this is the type of Civ that doesn't Dark Age Rush that often. So it's probably not first on the mind for Anatan that he's going to get rushed. Damn, that's pretty bad for him, though. Sean, the only awkward thing here, of course, is like, you know, you're going to be idling away in the Dark Age a lot longer. You can get some XP advantage out of her by using her to build up outposts for a rush, but I don't know if you really want to pull her that deep. And it has been scoured. Yeah, he sees it. So before the first spear even arrives, Anatan knows what's on the way. Nimdan knew exactly where to look. He already scouted this side, so he knew there was no berries there. He's probably licking his lips and saying jackpot as well, considering he connects on both the stone and the berry location. Toy defense coming in. I think Anatan wants to try and gather enough stone to at least get level 2 cistern before being pushed away. Oh, sorry. No, he already has it. He's greedy. He wants level 3. Wow. That's very greedy, but it's worked. Nirmidon got scared. He backed off. I'd kind of understand this thought process against French, because against French, you kind of need it with the way that they scale their worker force. But against Jean, having a scaling economy here off the percentages isn't as important because Jean doesn't build more workers over time. She does, however, build outposts, and it is going to be a worker pool for it. Doesn't use John? No, he just pulls a standard worker. But still, it's the perfect outpost. On the berries is what you want to see. Very close to the berries, but remember, you know you can get away with this because what Numenor was happy about, the reason he backed off after Akratoy got activated, is it meant that there couldn't be an Akratoy to pull to go on the outpost now. Grand Winery now coming through. How did we do on Predickies? 65% for Anatan this time, so the odds more balanced. Any elephants for market mercenaries? We got knights and horse archers. No elephants, though. It's got knights, horse archers, sipahi, and arbitrae. Nothing great then. To be honest, I would have probably expected to see lombos here with spearmen to defend. You can actually go javelins. It's not bad for scaling into the camels, just to debuff the entire Jean plan later on. School of Cavalry now on the way. It's Nimidon. They're going for the standard choice. No trade here either, I'm afraid. Just joined. Why is Nimidon making... Oh, wait. No, sorry. That was from last game. My brain. Reading the wrong things. Oh, man. My throat. Okay, so Anno always was going to go spears. He hasn't been forced in anything weird here. If he rushes the spear count, he can actually burn this outpost down. And that's why Numenor rushing out onto the stone. Yeah, you want to try and get your hands here on the fortification. Fortification is a high priority. So you don't really need arrow slits right now. Like, even without arrow slits, you already blocked the berries. Love to see him build men-at-arms in Dark Age of JD. It's technically possible. Look, he's about to be able to. When John has enough XP, she becomes a men-at-arms. Well, woman-at-arms. Yeah, let's go wait until it's complete here before upgrading her. Or not. In fairness, though, like, actually upgrading her and keeping her around can be better due to the aura she exudes. She improves the build speed of all nearby villages. So depending on how many people are teching up, it can actually be better to just upgrade Jean herself. Moving on to the boar now from near me, just trying to get as much XP as possible. Anna's going to need probably, what, 7 or 8 spears to reliably get rid of this outpost. Because if you go too soon, your opponent not only can easily start sniping you down, but the more important thing is his spears can try and stab you while you burn. If there's too many of you, the burns are too fast for the spearman to make a difference. Please no worries for the rest of your day. feel like you should have to sing that to every boy you ever kill. It's a problem free. You got no problems if you're dead. So village is now being pulled out, but that has already been scouted. Yeah, Anna will know exactly what this is about before he even sees the carcass. And wait, the Limitane are moving? Nah, that's crazy. Straight away? John just walks it off. He doesn't want to give him any value. The reason it's kind of crazy, though, is like free Limitane against Jean, and you'd think she'd have to be a little bit worried. That they'd have to be a little bit worried, rather, because she can cleave them down. But because he took so much damage from the ball, Numidan was reluctant to engage. Archers just got queued up. Anno, brother, you still don't have access to your berries again. No, instead he walks out to the south side. So now gathering, we'll be able to eventually get mercenaries in. He did get rid of the wall as well as burn the mill. That's actually a very expensive investment for Numidan. From the worker walkout, plus the 50 wood here, and the 1050 wood here. It's actually spent a lot of resources just to get counted out there. In a favorable position for Anatan to find himself in now. So Anno, I don't know if you javelin this late or just archer, because it's been such a long delay for you to get onto the mercenaries. And also, like, with that in mind, like, if you're only accessing mercenaries around 10, 11 minutes, whatever, it can be much nicer to just go lombos, because at that point, you're much closer to passively scaling off of systems plus gold on town. And that means you're in Castle Age. And if you're in Castle Age, javelins are redundant anyway. Longbows feel better. Sell oil for food? Nah. Longbows are still worth having. Especially against level 2 Jean. Do you know how depressing it is to play level 2 Jean versus longbows? We English were kind of the scourge of our existence, and it truly does track here. Imagine being this 2 ranged armor melee unit having to run into 20 longbowmen. Especially if they're vetted up. Good God, you don't even get to swing the sword once. He's going to be creeping in, but Valpost already in. I don't think there's much you can do here. Yeah, I think it's just a case of maybe just being in position in case you catch your opponent going out to do additional resources. But at this point, not really expecting to get to do much. I like this. Nimu, you know, he didn't go pro scouts, which I think was the right call. It sounds weird to say that when you can get all the gear for free. But if you think about the ways it's meant to play, Anatan shouldn't really be attacking you. I mean, it's kind of a freak occurrence that he did come over to the ball the way he did. Like, realistically, you'd expect Anatan to be the one carrying it home. Byzantine players are usually trying to age up. So if you go pro scouts, try and lean into that, probably just giving more room for Anno to get rid of the tower you placed and to buff up his own economy. What's Numinon missing? It doesn't have a blacksmith, which makes it very hard to think about diving anything. Until you at least have undermesh, you don't really want to try and risk your knights going too deep. Yeah, especially when you see the... Anno already has so many spearmen. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you think you were coming in here? Nah, he's gonna have a pass for that. Formal ID. Nimrod waiting for a fight. It's more that he's looking for a valid fight, and he's not finding one. I know, it's not going to make it even easier. And oh no, 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 wait, what? No, archers, please. No, archers, what? What? I know. He was prepping for the extra berries, but he gets so much more than that. Archer will at least go after the villager now. Jean de Cleve coming through, but she's not safe either. She's pinned against the tree line. She's gonna flop. She gets one cleave and dies. Okay, dude, this is all gone wrong. Nothing has gone right now for Nimu. That is an absolute disaster. An unmitigated disaster. All he needed was Limitane. They're so obnoxious, actually, in their own special way. With the extra health, it means often just takes a lot longer to get any XP pocketed on John. Like, sure, you get a bit more XP, but getting one more XP for the extra effort required to kill doesn't feel great. Outpost denial. Javelin's now coming through. Okay. I mean, we talked about Lombos for Anno, but maybe now he sees an attack point with what's happened. Like, before this, it makes a lot of sense to consider Lombos to scale, but I think what he's probably realizing is Numidan is slipping fast. So instead of just trying to rush castle, there's actually a kill point here. Especially when you keep catching like this. Numi now switching to Spearman. You're so far behind in the count already. Outpost about to be upgraded. Nice. Not really hanging around, which is a good thing. Torches are out. Anatan wants his starting berries back. Horseman for a Knight is a great trade for Anatan. Almost gets a second one. I like how it's like not even about just gathering berries. Like, wait, I need more groves. Hold on a second. I know, now up to 21 groves. They make spears extra long? No, I'd say they're about average size. No, the lads aren't that big. The Limitane, on the other hand. Woo. I like how we've just gone for the full pointy stick lineup. Golden Huntan now coming through. Numidan is at least saving up as well, but that might be the most depressing looking army to go Castle Age with. It's just... It's not really threatening, you know. You're not a 15, 16, maybe 17 knights going up. It's 7 knights going Castle Age. I plan to make videos on the King of the Rockies games. Probably not. We'll see how tomorrow goes. Maybe I'll cover a few of the games. I feel like we should have enough of our own KPMM content for Tuesday. Sean just getting scared away again. And fortifications, they just slow down the burn so much. But this is making it, I think, dead obvious to Numidan. Like, why is he not protecting berries at all? Why would he need the berries at this point? It's just so many farms. And yeah, he instantly calls it the moment the tech completes. GG, it's 2-0. Anno just one game away from booking himself into semis. Yeah, these are very stompy games. But props to him. The way he's unraveling him is pretty freaking clean. So, try and recover this awkward arc. And next up, it is going to be French versus Chinese. We're getting my new map. Awesome. right, payout. Get ready for a treat, folks. Oh, Numi does have China, actually. Blimey. I really should have some caffeine earlier. It's fine. The DLC earlier this year introduced a pretty cool new map, but unfortunately, it was not competitive ready, and due to a lack of efforts by the developers, was never made so. Folks, this is Highwoods, a version of it called Pigeonwoods that I worked with Caillou to create, and I think you'll find it a lot more entertaining for pro level play. Let's get to it, and let's see if it can deliver some true entertainment. Anatand already 2-0 up, but Numadon has swung out the powerful Civ. The Chinese come to play in the woods. If you guys have not seen Highwoods before, Highwoods is spaghetti, macaroni, whatever, on a plate. It's all these small slivering tree lines with gaps everywhere for you to just slip through. It's such a fun-looking map to think about. Raiding is a big deal. There's a lot of pocketed resources, a lot of reason to have to play out of your starting base. But this improved version fixed big flaws in Highwoods when it released with the Knights of Cross and Rose DLC. Because by default, sacred sites as well as trade posts were spawning in corners. You'd start with a sacred site behind your base, and a trade post in the other corner. We fixed that. We thought it ruined any cool potential and made the map way too campy. Now, trade posts and sacred sites spawn the flanks, as well as that standard one, on top of the big boy hill in the center of the map. Oh, this is going to be fun. So, French is a pretty logical, obvious pick here. Makes a lot of sense. The thing is, this map, in theory, should allow a lot of raiding, but Numadon, I think, already anticipated that. With the Chinese pick, he has a way of getting food back home safely so that he's less exposed to raids. Who remembers this map, by the way? I remember we got a chance to cast a few games of this on like the quick match when the DLC came out. But then it just never appeared again. And unfortunately, it's because, and I don't know why the devs keep doing this, they just refuse to update maps. These changes to this map wouldn't have fundamentally changed the design of the map much, but it would have changed the balance of the map so that it could be played at competitive. Yeah, I think the thing that I love about this map is the idea that you can slip your economy out into these little pocketed locations. It's risky, but also has rewards to it. And there's a lot of different staggered stealth forests just to give that break up. Like, the thing it kind of reminded me of is like when you're playing a MOBA and you play out of the lanes just to try and ambush people. It has that cool kind of characteristic about it. Imperial Academy coming in. School of Cavalry on the other side. We do not have any wheelbarrows. So Anatan isn't going for the standard Pro Scouts build here. No, this is a full aggression. Oh, interesting. Did he get enough sheep for this? 12 sheep isn't crazy. 14 on the other side. Most of the rotation complete. What is up, Craven? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Remember, guys, get those subs in. We got plenty of fun content this week. Roost look OP in this map. What, because of all the hunting cabins? I mean, in theory. Your starting tree lines aren't absolutely crazy. But the idea of raiding with them like horse archers could be pretty cool. Reminder on the deer, by the way, before anyone thinks that's why Roost should be like giga broken. There's a reasonable amount of deer. It's not insane, though. Per player, there should be 18 deer, so there's 36. So it is an extra 8 over standard dry Arabia type map, but nowhere near maps like Carmel level. And was that a boar pull? Yeah, he went straight boar. Okay, this is cool then. So he does have access to get wheelbarrow now. But with being boar, it means we're probably not seeing pro scouts. Instead, we're seeing pressure. First night already queued. Numidan should be opening with a Rax, is pretty much what every Chinese player does in this matchup to begin with. You get forced into it, really. Does Numu know that it's... Yeah, okay, so he's seen the ball play, which means he knows that it's probably not Pro Scouts. So what you're going to want to do here is just try to temper yourself on the greed. If you rush Pro Scouts now, you're at risk. If you get your spears up first and get a defensive line, you're in a decent position. I wonder why Numu wouldn't consider going boar, actually. If you pull it back here, I mean, it's not really wallable easily. That's the funny thought, is like in the mid game, this could turn into a labyrinth of walls. Just small gaps need to be completed, right? Pro Scouts just got queued up, so Numidan. I wouldn't say he really tempered himself that much, actually. He has at least got 3 more spears queued up at this point. What did you guys predict? Let's have a look. 62% for Numidan. The first time in the series, chat predicts a Numu win. And wait, oh, that's brilliant. Anatand, he pulls the ball into the mini stealth forest to hide it from Numidan. I love that. Look at that. The red meat just seems to blend in with the orange. That's pretty crafty. So Anna at this point pretty confident he can deny Pro Scouts, and why not when it's double deer forward? He's got archers already queued up to counter the spear play. Stables just got dropped by Numu. Not a forward archery range, mind you. I would have loved to have seen them build it here just to get the troops forward faster. Just trying to frustrate them out. Next move is to build a mill and not use it. Well, Numu, if he looks hard enough, he'll notice it. But for the time being, he's focused on getting the deer. Archers now arriving is a problem for Numidan. In these more congested fights, it might be difficult for him to use additional melee to solve the problem. He's going to try. Horseman now getting queued. Yeah, it's like you could try to go archers to outmass him, but you're already going to be probably 6 or 7 behind by the start of that. And right now, time isn't on your side, so you can't slow roll into a higher archer count. Right now, what Numidan needs is a footstep on the map. Because without it, he's not going to be getting Pro Scouts home. I know. He's already sniffing it out. Numu is seen drawing the deer home. The spears are close enough, so this should be protected. Some much-needed food back into the base. I mean, he had sheep for a while, but the gathering rate on deer is so much better, especially with him already having survival techniques. That was not worth. Greedy Anatan pays the price there. -1 on the knights. He's already shifted across on the deer. The ball was completed. You think this is Chinese favorite? This is Chinese favorite. So the French versus Chinese matchup, to answer that question, if it stays in feudal too long, French is actually better. If it goes to Castle Age in a reasonable pace, China can be pretty good. The reason it's favored for French if it plays too long in feudal is the knight count. If it gets too high, then the chivalry becomes way too important. Because then you start to diversify. Like it's going to be knight archer versus probably spear archer. You have to eventually think about spear archer because at some point you get diminishing returns on melee when the ball is too big. On a map like this in particular. So once you're at that stage, what you have is a situation where my archers shoot at your units, your archers shoot at my units. But you're only hitting my knight unit, and my knight unit has healing. And he's not going to die quickly to archer fire. So unless you can then somehow force a big engagement, you're gradually just going to get burnt down with the Chinese. Oh, wait, was that intentional? No, but I think Numenor will take the gift. Yeah, he gets room for the Barbican drop on the forward. That's huge. And necessary as well. French, over time, will produce more workers than China. You pick China just because of pro scouts? I mean, both civs can pro scouts. And when they do, French plays tempo pro scouts, so they control the map and nobody build free. The weird thing is, because Numu went pro scouts and Anno didn't, it forced Numu into tempo pro scouts. Not because he controlled the map, but because doing more would be greedy. It's like he just wants to age up. The cool thing about this Barbican, it makes it very hard to just dive with the archer count at its current standing. Numu looking like he should be able to get away with that castle timing. Probably going to be going Imperial Palace on a map like this. I guess you have got a straight route to your opponent's base, so Siege could be seeming good as well. But cool thing about Imperial Palace, you're going to see all these small sneaky spots because you see over tree lines. So building an Imperial Palace, say like here, huge boon to vision. Stops raids. When you stop raids, you may activate them yourself. We've got Numidan creeping in towards the gold. Anatan, nothing left at home to guard. The workers, one of them's going to get blocked out. Gets a kill, gets them out of time. But the Knights now looking for it going. Sneaks onto the gold. The double strike, but Numidan with 22 spearmen covers all angles. Only one worker lost there. Imperial Palace now coming in, keeps it tight. Anno now knows about the age up. That dive in should have seen it. He's still trying to brute force it though. And in fairness to him, he's got chivalry, so if he just whittles away at them and exchanges blows, he should be able to come out with limp but alive knights. Don't ask me how you can get through there. The minimap says you can, in fairness. That, oh my god, that is such a snaky sneak point. Like, oh yeah, this is a secure tree. Like, I know. What's going on with the resources here? He's not aging up. He has way too much gold. Imperial Palace is going to make this very hard for Anatan now. It just everything's seen. He's still getting ready to go. There is a window here. It's not big. Because China builds lancers so quickly. But if you find the timing, you can just overwhelm quality with quantity here. Problem is, there's just so many spearmen you have to kill as well. Oh my god. The risk being taken here. Triple outpost on the 8k gold from Anatan. He's starting to save up, but not for an age up. More knights. I know. He's drawn the knights away from the base, but this is a bad fight for him. He'll lose it. He needs a hit, and no! The spear's just waiting. Oh, boy. Knights winning on the offensive for Numidan. And the spearman giving chase. Anno's lost track of it. This is about to snowball hard, and it means Numidan is going to be getting on the board in this series. China, you can always trust him to bail you out. He goes to the body block here, an ambitious one. Archers get their steer into the trade favorably into the spearman. Anno, he still doesn't have the capacity for an age up though. And he's about to get out-caved. Anno trolling, Anno losing. I think he's got the numbers now. That gold line is not going to be safe. Not against this many melee units. I know, he just doesn't have the gold to get the tech up either. And yeah, that one knight goes in. That's going to reveal the primary target required. Anatan is no longer safe out here. I like the way that Numidan's just kind of wedging himself, saying, okay, like, you either let me kill them or you die. Which is it going to be? Hits the knights again. The only thing that Numi has to be very careful of here is if he takes this too slow, the healing will matter over time. But it's a very long period that will matter over. It's very hard for the healing to be reliable against the high base damage of these lances and spears. Oh my god, there's so many more dying there. I mean, the knight count at this stage is trailing behind Numidan's wave of lancers. Outpost being torched down by the spears. Peels off a few lancers to go hunting. The rest to hold the choke point. And a few spearmen. I love this. Just to start sweeping from the side. Anno's dead. No doubt about it. Workers have got nowhere safe to be out here. And after this, with no standing army, no age up on the way, there is no hope for Anatan. Numuchad has arrived at the 11th hour, similar to the Lucifron series where he eventually won. The question now, can he continue the comeback? Ooh. Anatan not very happy about that map, it seems. I mean, I assessed the map when Highwoods first came out, and we listened to players' feedback on it, and the recurring theme is that players didn't like the Sacred Sites locations, and they did not like the trade post locations. So we fixed both of those. I just told him, like, if he's got feedback, it's welcome, but actually give feedback. As he pretty much just said, I don't know why I'm forced to play this map. I don't see any competitiveness in it. I'm like, okay, why? What's the problem with the map? So China and French. Mark those in. Next up, Anno's pick, going into Gorge, Japan versus HRE. Need a command of me. Also don't play. No, I don't play. I just cast and organize. Fine with doing that. I imagine a lot more people are interested in watching me cast and organize than me play. I have some covert SC2 skins. Might want to sell them. What are you on about? Covert? What does that mean? Sell my old stat track Galil Sandstorm for £1.28. Whoop whoop. P90 Asimov? Oh. It's field tested though. Why would it be worth anything? They changed something about those? Yeah, that was like a kind of trash drop for me actually. Back then, I remember. They used to be worth like £5 maybe. I don't think I really need more Steam credit though. I think I'm doing fine for Steam credit. No, I don't. Kiss my ass ring, Emma. No. We're calling Emma out on this. She don't help us with the channel, and she wants to make moolah off the channel. That's not how that works. No. Get out of here. She also doesn't know the difference between a Steam Deck and Stream Deck. I'm just gonna no comment on that one. Valuable part of the moderation team. She doesn't even know what she does. You know what you want? I know what I want. I want a TikTok editor. Get two. Maybe if you do a good enough job, you can get a Steam Deck by 2027. Alright. Here we go. Alright, here we go. Anno is not happy. He drops a game to Numadon, heads back to good old Gorge to try and get back on track. Has he been routed? Can Numadon pull off a reverse sweep against one of KPMM's favorites again? Or is it going to end in an Anno Tand 3-1? Let's find out. Numadon with the HRE pick in the green. Anno Tand in the yellow, taking to the field as Japan. Japan, a pretty solid pick overall, I'd say, on this map. In any map, really. HRE has remained decent here, and in some cases can pro scouts. I don't know if Numadon will want to do it in this particular game, though. And no, why would I buy a... This is the thing. Why would I even buy a Stream Deck on Steam? That's got me saying it wrong. Is it? Steam Deck on Steam with my credit I've already built up when they won't even release a better Steam Deck at this point. Like, the current one's pretty outdated at this point, no? Alright, so Anderson, anyway, focus on the game. It is just going to be a straight-up fast feudal from both. No aggro at all. Against H3, you must attack and feudal. Don't let them tilt the castle. Japan can put a little bit of pressure on. There's a few builds that come to mind. But, like, Yuumi can be pretty rough to run here. Running Yuumi into H3 is difficult because H3 archers are just better versions of you. They do everything you do and they do more. They pay more, for sure, but the cool thing about being HRE is your economy is good enough that you can afford to pay more. Yeah, especially with Arkan on a tree line like this, and Numadon has the right idea. I know Kurosto House is going to be coming through, as is the norm. What prediction saying? 95% from Anatan. Whew. Yeah, Emma just keeps trying to demand a Steam Deck of me. Right, but like, no, chat, I'm gonna get you on my side. She's so ungrateful. You know, like, I gave her the Ultimate Edition of Borderlands, and I gave her the Ultimate Edition of Battlefield. And I didn't get a thanks straight away for the Borderlands. There was a heavy delay on that one. And then on Battlefield, I didn't even get any gratitude. And she didn't even play that one. Last night, I'm busy working on some projects. I have to come in to rock Ezra. She's like, you need to. And I'm like, girl, you played more games today than me. When Emma's silent, she get all these fancy new PCs and game laptops and she cannot get a Steam Deck? No, she can't. Because one comes as part of my job and one costs me money. It's different. And one's being used for my job. And one would be used for our own entertainment. You know what I gave her for entertainment, chat? 2 kids. They do funny things. They giggle. And crap everywhere. Okay, the argument's falling apart. Alright, so Pro Scout's coming in from Numidan. And Anno, what, will he just try to rebuttal that? Yeah, I think he's going for the Uma Bannerman into a semi-fast castle. So you rush the stone to gather what you need to get into the Daimyo, which allows you to build a Mounted Samurai in Age 2. And also, no, don't bro come on me. Dude, Steam Decks are not cheap. Did you not hear the part where I just pointed out, oh yeah, guys, like the month of October, I'll maybe from content creation be able to make half of what it costs to pay my bills each month. And she's asking me for a Steam Deck. I'm glad she's not my accountant. Alright, so Nimble with the barracks coming through. And what do you mean I've hit the jackpot? I got a partner who likes the game. She's literally got my old PC, which is good enough to run Battlefield 6. I think she's fine. Dude, you guys, like, what is this crap? I could go buy her, like, an OLED monitor and a better PC than I've got, if that was possible. And you guys would still be like, oh, man, still got to treat her. If she has a PC, why does she want a Steam Deck? Because she's lazy! I'm calling her out! She's lazy! She wants to sit her ass on that couch under a giant blanket with the darts on the TV and snooker on the tablet while she games on the Steam Deck. She can't even pay attention to that many things. I should know when darts is on and I talk to her, she ignores me. That sounded depressing. Do I make a lot from content creation? I freaking wish. Like I just said, I basically probably make about half what I would need to pay all our bills per month. So no, I really don't make that much. I'm pretty much like sinking into my savings, trying to build our platform to the point where we can afford for it to pay our bills. That's the dream. Yeah, just make more money, right? Just can't get the problem. Just like get a job at a strip club. Get a paper round. And yeah, wait. A non-subber's telling me to make more money? Alright, we're gonna have to start playing ban roulette where we just ban someone who's not subbed. That sounds detrimental to growth. Anyway, we have got that first Uma Bannerman out. He's gonna be your primary raider here, just looking for some kills. But Numidan already has a great response. Spearman plus the archers. UK's too expensive, come to Brazil. Yeah, but what about the healthcare? Actually, it's English healthcare. But mine is free. Come on, is it Brazil or Argentina that has it free? And also, it's the curse of where family live. So Gabrielle looking to just slow down the Pro Scouts by a bit. I thought Anatan would just try to lightly play this age and tech up, but he's legit leaning into it. Now, we said Yumi into H3 Archers feels really bad, but this is at least the one acceptable situation. If your opponent builds Spearmen, you can justify it, because they will kill spears fast. The problem is, if it ever turns into an Archer Mass v Archer Mass, my money's going on HRE, unless we are 40 minutes into that clash, in which case the tree line probably isn't buffing. You know, the kids are teenagers, the daddy job gets rough. Dude, it's already rough. Like, when I'm like, I gotta go to work. And Freya's like, no, daddy, not work. Like, that doesn't make me feel good. That's why I'm trying to figure out things like getting a TikTok editor in, someone who regularly watches the streams to just clip moments and trim them into verticals so we can try and grow the channel more. So I don't have to, like, bust my ass after streams for, like, 6 hours plus a day. Bannerman, bumping in. Okay, so 1 kill already. He should be going down before the secondary, though, so a little bit expensive, but nothing too crazy here, right? Like, the Uma Bannerman going down is pretty pricey for Anatand. They have similar timings towards the castle play as well. Is that the guy that's made top 5 clips this month? Wait, who's that? I mean, it's like the thing is, like, getting, if we want to get to the point where, like, we're able to pay our bills fully and start living comfortably, not even, like, insanely comfortably from content creation, it really comes down to, like, getting the things in place for TikTok, YouTube, etc. Like, I love live streaming. I'm great at live streaming. The problem is live streaming is just terrible for growth. Twitch has spent years doing nothing to help people getting bigger on their own platform. And I don't know if you guys saw the recent TwitchCon stuff. If anything, they seem to be middle fingering gamers more and more. They got a giant boner about getting someone like Justin Bieber on the platform and seem to care less about keeping your Shrouds and your Co-Carnages and Lyrics around. Shivs out from the villagers, but nice stab there. Nimu! I mean, this is going pretty well. He's got Regnets on the way. Can he get a second worker kill? Probably not. No, good response. Anno gets the snipe out. Floatgate now coming through. I don't even know how to respond to that YouTube comment. Who the hell's showing the wife naked on beaches? Oh, what? Someone clicked on the wrong stream. Yeah, the Uma Bannerman is basically a mad samurai. You can get an age earlier. But he buffs the nearby cavalry units by plus 15% damage. It's a really powerful play. That's why Anatan rushed this stone to get him. Because also, those Uma Bannermans, they produce insanely fast. They come out every 15 seconds. You can only have one, though. The whole idea is rinse, repeat, replace quick. Oh, I'm not saying Emma's job is not tough. I'm just saying this belief that I can just crap a Steam Deck out of nowhere, especially when it's definitely not necessary, is kind of silly. Alright, so Yumi upgrade coming through ahead of him. Wait, did he or Ishiro drop the archery? He did. Oh, that's kind of sick. Is he going to do anything with it is the thing. That's one thing to get that advantage, another to actually push it. You wish you could crap out Steam Decks? Have you seen the size of Steam Decks? I don't think you wish you could crap those out. Like, if it's that easy for you to get those out, you may need to consult a doctor about having some stitch work done. How many subs do I need to get a Steam Deck? A lot. You want to donate a Steam Deck to her? Is that what we're getting to? She got a PC, she don't need it. She's fine. Veteran Seal and Archers did come through, by the way. Mount Samurai is going to make it a little bit more muddied. How much is Steam Deck in the UK? I don't know. Let me double check. Probably like 350-ish. Yeah, £350 for the base. And if you want OLED, it goes up from there. This Clash, though. I don't know. I feel like Numenor is just getting scammed on the trades because he's lacking any heavy cav. As frequently, anyways, Anatan. Yeah, the Mount Samurai definitely worth their weight. Relic is intercepted as well. That's the first one that was meant to come home. So Numenor with no relics at home. Ford Gold in trouble. Yumi Liner is finning here. It's very hard to keep this type of momentum up. Mount Samurai is going to go in for a clobbering. But the Yumi, yeah, they know they can't trade anymore, so they go for some worker kills. And oh, Numu doesn't pull away. Anno now with a free worker lead. You feel like having kids takes win the lottery now? Dude, it ain't cheap. Especially when you think about the cost of just like, you know where it gets you nowadays? It's just the general cost of things like food. Like I noticed the price of things just getting out of control. My friend came around the other day and like, because she's pregnant, his wife's pregnant, they were like, oh, let's quickly order takeaway. And they went on McDonald's and to get like a meal for 3 people, they almost spent as much as getting free pizzas from Domino's. I don't know, at this point, like, we're getting to the point where I wonder how anyone pays their bills at this rate. It's actually crazy to think about. Become a digital nomad and go live in Indonesia. The problem is, like, what kind of life is that for my kids? Usually when people make these type of solutions, they don't think about, like, the children and the family, etc. Like, I have a friend who done that. He moved to Indonesia and he started a business in Indonesia, but he has no children, no partner, nothing. It was just something you could do. Yo, what's up, Credenza? Thank you very much, mate. Pizza worm is... What is a pizza worm? Do I even want to know what a pizza worm is? Should I have known about this game? I don't... It looks janky as all hell. Nah, that game don't have enough charisma. That's worm charisma right there. Suffering from late stage capitalism with a few people holding a lot of money. You know what the crazy thing is though? Like a lot of those, like there's a lot of those people holding a lot of that money that absolutely makes no sense, right? And what I mean by that is like, with some of these like people that run businesses that basically rely on your average Joe being able to afford them, it makes no sense that like those companies aren't lobbying and investing in reallocating and restructuring things like welfare systems in countries, right? Because someone like Coca-Cola, who has like billions and billions in worth, like for them, they actually need the average Joe to be able to afford their product. But if it gets to the point that Coca-Cola is seen as too much of a premium commodity, it makes absolutely no sense. Like those people can't buy anymore. You're not going to have a business long term. It's a very weird, warped world we live in. Oh, thank you, Aaron. People still buying it? Yeah. I mean, but I think there's other examples of like foods and whatever that were seen as like, you know, widely accessible that will gradually over time just not be. Like, think about the amount of people that have switched from buying like Heinz ketchup to buying the cheap, crappy one you get at like an Aldi's or something. If you can still afford the Heinz, sure, you go for it. But a lot of people can't. So now, instead of just buying Heinz directly, you're going for the one that's a third of the price. Same with the cheap Coca-Colas. Is there money cycling through them? See the... Oh, yeah, I know about the AI money. If anyone who's not looked at that, it's absolutely wild. It's basically just a bunch of companies that are pretty much just pushing cash into each other, and it's all going a cyclical nature with no real new money coming in. The state of this game looks like Numenor. I mean, he's trying to get his way towards raiding, and he needs to. The Euroshire drops have come in. The final relic haul is in favor of Anatan, 3-2. So the onus is on Numenor to find some kills. Both of them going to their own crossbows, crossbow men and crossbow women. Tree line running out. So Numenor's not going to get that buff anymore, but he can always extend it elsewhere with the Cistercian Abbey stack. Coca-Cola is cheaper than water in some places. Yeah. I mean, the other funny one I always laugh about now is, you know, there's a time where healthy eating, no one wanted to do it. So, like, you know, salads or whatever cheaper. Now, somehow we reach the point where, like, salads, etc. are much cheaper than just buying the very, very unhealthy pizza or, I don't know, burgers and whatever. Now, let's talk of food. I'm hungry. Get to eat after this, though. Maybe that's what we need. We need to, like, you know what we need to do? We need to just have a day where we go over, like, world problems and whatever. Like a Just Chang type day. It's what Twitch wants from us. It's the new meta. Gotta get that Justin Bieber collaboration. I hate myself. Anyway, Mad Samurai Raid not going to be as fruitful this time around. But map control overall looks pretty good for Anatan. Triple Sacred Site locked in. He's going for the poor man's castles. As Japan, you cannot build keeps, remember, in the castle age. So you have to go for outposts. No thanks, Asmongold. Hey, say what you want, but that guy can afford all the Coca-Cola because it's all he drinks, all right? Nah, I think, like, I think I've said before, like, that's actually the play. It's like on the TikTok content. Like, the other day when we had the whole hike conversation, that's, like, good TikTok content. That might bring more people into the Age of Empires directory as well. Also, just want to start exploring, reviewing new strategy games they launch. We should have some fun ones for that coming up. That's true. Asmongold probably, like, uses a Steam Deck as a coffee mug. Sorry, a Starbucks mug. He seems like the guy would just go buy the coffee. Man, this is quite the awkward stare down, isn't it? Numenor. I don't know if you can really scale much more militarily at this rate. Anatan, however, is saving up towards Imperial Age. It's starting to feel like this is becoming Japanese favored. Yeah, if that tech up happens, I don't like Numu's odds here. I know, just kind of banging him in towards the spring replacements. We have got Inspired Warriors buff. Props to Numu for doing that. It's especially impactful here against the Yuumi. Yuumi have lower damage than standard archer units, remember, so +1 armor really heavily impacts their ability to get kills. Successful AoE 4 stream does not allow his partner to buy a stream deck. We'll go over that in a second. Alright, Clash coming in. Numu, he hasn't got much of a front line, though. He's forced to back away. Despite the fact he has more military, his problem here is he just doesn't have enough front line to feel confident about a push. Tanagashi and Gunsmith about to complete. Anatan about to get some premium big boys. And also, successful AoE 4 stream. We just said we can't afford to pay our bills per month. How does that measure us as a successful AoE 4 stream? What? Nah, you don't need Cast the Crow here. Numenor, I mean, dude, the guy was hesitant to dive a Springhold. You don't need it. You had him at the halfway mark, so you always have enough time to get the upgrades. And Tanagash Gunsmith gives you a way of infinitely getting high-quality units. Yeah, just much better play here going into the unit choice, or the landmark choice, rather, that generates gunpowder units for free. Nimue now trying to save up himself. Oh, man, this is just going to be your typical Gorge experience, isn't it? Chugga chugga choo choo. Come on through. 2-hour game on the way. I know. It's such a quick approach to the Yumi. And Pasha Schwabia now being built on the eastern flank, so it won't be revealed. Numenor will get his chance to tech up. The question is whether he'll get his chance to level his army up. Anatan is about ready to start getting some Unitechs in here. Wait, why don't we call them Yumi techs? Get it? And say that they all go to Yumiversity. You're so quirky. You're so smart, KP. Thank you, thank you. Numa has resources? Yeah, but he has 4 different unit types free that he wants to upgrade here. So I guess you maybe sack the archers and prioritize horsemen plus the crossbows. Man, all this talk of food and I'm so hungry. I kind of dig a game number 5, but I also do want to eat. But I say this as we're on Gorge and we're clearly only halfway through the game because it's Gorge. Gorge always does this still. After I praised the lack of walling, somehow, you know, because remember they nerfed walling, and I was like, okay, now Gorge can be good again because people don't just wall up and get away with late game. They get late game, they just don't build any walls. There's literally no walls on this map. At all. Like, not a single tile exists on this Gorge. At 25 minutes. Outpost won't exist for long though. Bombard's moving in. We've got some poke raid attempts here, but being mirrored out. Nimidon, outnumbered currently. And the Palace of Schwabia has already reached its cap potential, considering we are 193 overall population. Anno has got incendiaries on the way. This is my chief concern, is Numenor, while he's still busy getting elite upgrades, Anno is moving into university upgrades. It's about to be age 4 versus age 5. Now Samurai not going to have the same priority, but interesting that Yumi get that type of prio. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Anatan prepping 2 bowstrings as well. It just allows him to trade out with everything without taking any damage in return. Were you supposed to wall and gorge? Yeah, the whole map. Just get 1k stone and drop a whole wall. All the mile that crap. Horseman life again for me. I think, has he maybe got too many range units? Might feel like in a second here, because these incendiary arrow Yumi are going to punch quite the kick. Yep, I said that perfectly. 14 damage now. Almost the same base as a crossbowman. Less than half the price. I think Anno, maybe the one thing that's missing here is some fort production. It takes a long time for his troops to get across here. Those bombards are frustrating to deal with though. Just sniping out your backline infantry one by one. Nimu does almost feel like he's drying up here. I mean, look at the pop count. Both of them are struggling to maintain army. And the Mad Samurai. What's happening? Oh my god. So he had someone right in the fights, but on top of that, the Mounted Samurai in the back. Numu has 0 food income. Oh my god. No wonder the numbers weren't going back up. The fight looked dodgy for Anatan, but that made it worthwhile. Still, it will have to be a reset. His own food income isn't crazy yet. He has got the Shogunate Castle online. So best farm gathering rates possible that Japan can achieve. And the gold, my god, how has he already tapped through it? Not just that, Anno now locking out other resources. He drops a castle in the northern corner as he's crept up these resources too. Yeah, it's just 75% of the map belonging to Anatan at this stage. Apologies, well, I don't know, man. I think Numidan I don't see how he's able to afford techs at this rate. If the game drags long enough, sure. Sacred Site timer now down to a minute. I mean, he doesn't even have the time anymore. It's crazy how fast this time has gone. Anatan, just 1 minute away from smushing Numidan's hopes. A reverse sweeping another top-level player. It will book him straight on through all the way to a matchup against potentially Vortex or Jiff. Castle drop now from Numidan. He's lost hope, but you can see the pain of the remassing. After that out time on the farms, Anatan, he never needed an outright win. He just needed a draw to eke out a sacred victory. The attempt at repairing with stone is immediately redundant. And the castle already on fire. No front line again for the final time will cost Numidan everything. Anatan makes it a smooth 3-1. I wouldn't be surprised if he just turns up in chat to remind us Japan are Opa. G to the G. What's up, Credenza? What's up, Paul? Appreciate the bits, guys. Thank you very much. Oh. So that does mean it's a 3-1 in the end. But we've been live now for 5 hours. I think my throat is it's holding, but it's sounding a bit rough. I don't want to risk it anymore. But yeah, appreciate all the support, guys. We will be back tomorrow, which means this is your place to be. Scroll the other locations, mark it in. You've got a place to commit to if you want to see Vortex versus Jiff. If you want to see Gully versus Lucifron. If you want to see a 3D clan showdown, it'll all be happening here. We might even try to schedule a semi-finals to happen tomorrow. But that is going to be it. If you're watching on YouTube, we'll kick. No TikTok today because we got banned, Lamau. That is going to be it. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow. I remember there's always YouTube uploads